As you are aware of, this day will be streamed live via our website and YouTube channel, LiMuRadio. And the website is www.limuradio.fi/stream, and the YouTube channel is @LiMuRadio. But before we go on with the welcoming words, a bit of housekeeping. We have two cameras here, one over here, another one over there, and the techniques guys are mixing it, so you will occasionally also be seen, even if you are not speaking. We have 3 microphones, actually 4, 1, 2, 3, and one over there. So for the questions, please use a microphone, otherwise it won't be streamed. The restroom, there's one over there in the lobby. You saw the signs, go right up to the lobby and to your right. Smoking, outdoors, over there, through that door. There's a small canopy where you can smoke if you're a smoker. And then, as Maslow's hierarchy of needs, modified states, Wi-Fi, a basic need. We have 2 actually here. One is by the museum, and it requires a password, museum guest. The other one, which is available throughout the city, is called Masto.net. That's free, no password needed, but it's also totally unprotected, so beware. Wall outlets. We don't have so many here, but probably you will find some in the lobby. Type of plug is European, and 220 volts, 240 volts is the current. Twitter, @LiMuRadio is the account for us, and the hashtags used are ALTERNATIVES2016, LiMuRadio, Lahti, and LAMK, which is the abbreviation for the institution that hosts LiMuRadio and this conference. We're also on Facebook and Instagram using LiMuRadio account as well. The presentations today are about 30 minutes long, but that includes the questions and answers for about 5 to 10 minutes. So the actual presentations, maybe 20, 25 minutes. And you will hear more later on the lunches and the breaks, etc., etc. But now let's start with the program, and the first welcoming words from our LiMuRadio editor-in-chief, Ari, and station manager, Lauri. Welcome.
Should we use the microphone? Okay, dear guests, welcome to Finland and welcome to Lahti. Some of you have been here for a couple of days already, and for you who've never been to Finland before, the weather is showing its best sides, although it might be a bit chilly. But if it's any consolation, this is the warmest day of the week, so enjoy. LiMuRadio started just nearly 4 years ago, 3.5 years ago. And when we started with opening up a Google website and starting up a radio station. We had no idea what we were going to do, and we were very unaware of the world around us. But during these couple of years, we've noticed that there's life also outside of Lahti, and this is very good proof of that. It's so amazing to see all of you here. I've met some of you people, but most of you I've only contacted via email, and it shows me something about the courage that we have in this college radio community, that you are ready to jump on an airplane or a train and head to Lahti, a small city in southern Finland, to see people you've never seen before, to a conference that's never been done before, probably to speak and to meet other people. So I congratulate you all for being here. The whole thing started 3.5 years ago from a crazy idea that why don't we try making our own radio station? And the idea evolved from an idea of 8 students and a couple of staff members into a fully operational streaming radio station that we are now, the LiMuRadio. But we see that we're just evolving as a station and as a campus radio or student radio community as a whole. So my role in the station is to sort of steer our students to different directions, but the biggest reward for me is to see how students really engage to the whole thing. They get inspired about doing radio. And that's probably one of the reasons why we are here. So on my behalf, a warm welcome to Lahti, and let this be a memorable conference for all of us.
Yeah, I'm Lauri. I'm one of the faces of the local college radio, LiMuRadio, also one of the founders of it 3.5 years ago. Ari and Henry, somewhere over there. Me and a few other students, we had the idea of making a college radio at Lahti. None of us had any idea about how to make a radio, what is technically needed, and how is it to run a college radio. I had some experience as a DJ in local clubs. That's about it. We pretty much started with nothing, but we still have most of it left. Since then, from the day one, LiMuRadio has been in my daily life. I've been producing, I've been making my own programs, I've been teaching newcomers, I've been doing promotional stuff, marketing, sorting out technical issues. Yeah, LiMuRadio has been my life for ever since. And it's so great to see so many people around the globe here today. We made it so far. Thank you, and welcome to Finland and Lahti especially, and hope you enjoy the Alternatives 2016 conference. Let's make history together.
And as I told you, we are at the Lahti Radio and TV Museum, and we have a guest from the Lahti City Museum, Tia, to tell us more about this building and the renovations. Welcome.
Oliko se June paikan päällä? It was just working like 10 minutes.
Well, this is the salt of making live. Yeah, yes.
All right, well, if we'll start without the PowerPoint, and let's see if it starts to function. Well, first of all, my name is Tiziana, and I'm the Chief of Exhibitions here in Lahti City Museums. The Lahti City Museums entails the Ski Museum, the art museum, the historical museum, the poster museum, and also, of course, radio and TV museum. And it's really nice to see all of you in here, so I welcome you very warmly to this conference, and of course to Lahti and Radio and TV Museum also. I was asked to shortly tell you about the history of this place, and okay, now it looks like good things are happening. Yeah, I'll tell you quickly in 7 slides, if we have the slides going on, about the history. Well, first of all, the Radio Hill, or Radio Magee in Finnish, as was mentioned earlier on, was named after the 2 landmarks of Lahti, the radio masts, which belong to this radio station. Radio Hill is quite a unique combination of a cemetery, a sports field, and also a radio station. The Radio Hill is part of the sand and gravel ridge formation called Salpausselkä, and the ridge formations in Lahti were formed circa 12,000 years ago at the edge of the retreating glacier. But let's go on to more of the modern times then afterwards. Let's go on to 1920s. The 1920s marked the beginning of radio broadcasting in Finland. The Finnish broadcasting company Yleisradio, in short YLE, was established in 1926. The YLE started broadcasting live radio shows from Helsinki, but most of Finland stayed out of the reach of its broadcasts. The need for a more powerful radio station that could cover more of Finland's population became imminent quite soon. The competition for the location of the new broadcasting station was down between the cities of Hämeenlinna and Lahti. Lahti won the battle because Lahti city municipality offered the land, the Radio Hill, free of cost, and also electricity, which was used in this sort of big radio station. Thank you. And they offered the electricity at a very low cost. So this slide over here. The Lahti radio masts were built in 1927. Their height is 150 meters tall, and they weigh about 120 tons each. They are 360 meters apart from each other. The radio masts and the AM machinery were delivered by Lehman and Company, a Berlin-based company. The building project was one of its kind in Finland. The structure was taller than anything built in Finland before. Finns needed some help from outside, and with the Telefunken machinery and antennas, the 2 Germans arrived to supervise the building, Mr. Frank Trojan and Paul Nicolai, as you can see here in the picture. The iron pieces of the mast were transported to Lahti by train. The trucks of that time, however, were not that powerful enough to bring the iron beams uphill, so they had to be hauled uphill in the old-fashioned way with horses. The building safety standards of that time, as you can also see, there's a man hanging upside down from the mast. They weren't that strict, and the contractors were just, or the builders were just ordinary men who came to the hill looking for a job. The chief of the radio station at that time remembered that there was not actually a single constructor that came into the site and gave up the work, even though the building construction was becoming higher and higher. Because the building of the masts were only finished in late fall, and the workers had difficulties with the cold weather. As, for example, you saw this morning, it was -3 degrees already. There was also many dangers with the iciness and slipperiness on the iron bars. Luckily, no one got killed during the building of the masts, and also for the workers, the pay got better the higher they went. Both radio masts were built simultaneously, and the two groups of builders were constantly competing against each other. In the end, both masts were finished by 25th November 1927 in the afternoon. The people of Lahti could actually not see this because there was quite dense fog that day here in Lahti, but they could only hear the excited yells from the mast that, yay, we finished the masts. They could only see it the next day when the fog had gotten away. All in all, the radio masts were built by 28 local men in just 78 days. Nowadays, the masts are protected by the Land Use and Building Act, and they are still partly operational today. They have local radio station antennas as well as telecommunication antennas and also a high-definition television antenna. The Lahti radio station, or the old AM radio station, became operational in 22nd of April 1928. So that's when the operation here in Radio Magee started officially. It's actually this old building, the yellow building. When you go outside a little bit in the afternoon to go geocaching, you see the old building over there. It was designed by the architect Georg Wikström. At the time it was built, it was one of Europe's most powerful radio broadcasting stations. The first machinery came from the German company Telefunken, and the Lahti radio station was used to transit the radio broadcasts onwards, and no shows were actually made here in Lahti. The program to be aired came from Helsinki via phone lines. The station broadcasted the long waves, and people could receive the broadcasts by crystal radio receivers or tube radios of that time. The new AM station, the one that we are actually in right now. The old AM station's Telefunken's radio machinery had been in use for only 7 years when the new one had to be taken into operation. The old station was simply not powerful enough. The building of the new station was finished in 1935, and it was designed by Lahti city's architect Kaarlo Könönen. First AM machinery needed water cooling, so it had a water tower built outside. It's now been taken down, so you won't be able to see it anymore. Regular broadcasting started in December 1935 with an increased capacity of 150 kilowatts, which covered south of the country up to Jyväskylä area in the central Finland. The first machinery in this building was from the British company Marconi. It took about half of whole Lahti city's electricity. So it was quite a powerful machine. In the beginning of 1950s, the need yet again for a more powerful machine emerged, and in 1953 a brand new machine was put together. It was a Swiss brand called Moreeni and Company, and it was an air-cooled machine, and it's the one you can see in the museum right now. The installation of the new machinery was quite tricky since the radio transmissions had to be on for the whole time, so they were basically building the new machine and still working on the older machine at the same time. There wasn't supposed to be any interruptions in the broadcasting. There's also been a TV broadcast made from Lahti when regular television broadcast began in 1958. And in 1967, the VHF and television operations moved from Radio Magee to Tiirismaa, which is in Hollola, quite close to Lahti. The long-wave broadcasts from a new AM station continued until May 1993. So basically that's the time when they stopped the radio broadcasting from this radio hill. And from 1996, the museum was the building was turned into a museum, and now it has been part of Lahti City Museum since then. And now for a couple of years, we've had renovations done to this building, and we are also making our new exhibitions. And I'm sad for the fact that we weren't able to make it for you to see now today. But we are going to have the grand opening on February 28th, 2017. So a couple of months still, and we are opening up the new museum with its new exhibitions. Here you can have a look at how our exhibition architect has designed what the new museum is going to look like. And as you can see, it's going to be quite powerful and hopefully very energetic and very hands-on museum. That's our aim. And so this was quickly what I wanted to tell you about the radio station's history here in Lahti. And please, if you have something to ask, you're welcome to contact me at my email, for example. And also, please follow us in Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, and also on our home pages. And I thank you very much for your interest.
Thank you, Tia. And as I said earlier, LiMuRadio is hosted by a local institution of higher education, which is called Lahti University of Applied Sciences. And the students that run LiMuRadio are from this institution. And now for welcoming words from the institution, we have Jukka Oresta. Jukka, please.
Once more. On the behalf of Lahti University of Applied Sciences, you all are most welcome to Lahti and the first Global Student Radio Conference, Alternatives 2016. I would also like to thank Finnish Cultural Foundation, which have made for its parts this conference possible. I am happy that the power of voice and sound seems still to be strong among the students and perhaps young people in general. This can't be taken for granted if we look changes in communication culture. The humans have always been dominated by eyesight, and we receive still most of the new information by visual perception. This has to be emphasized when we speak about younger generations. The visual communication has become more important in different forms of pictures, short videos, games, and also in different forms of social media. It has been pointed out that social media has become between us and our imagination. I think I'm old enough to look back for a while. I take you back to the 50s, that means my childhood, when the TV became to Finland. I can still remember it, and because I come from the West Coast, the first TV programs, among them the Flintstones, weren't in Finnish but Swedish, and from the national TV of Sweden. At those days we also had the radio, the magical device, from which you could hear foreign languages and see in its panel shimmering light and exotic names of the glorious cities in different countries all over the world. Among them, the one and only, as we said, of course you saw that there were some other cities as well, the Finnish city was Lahti. That was international at that time. I sincerely hope that radio still has the power and the means to feed our imagination as it has been done for decades and take us to the different states of mind and combine us to the global college radio community. Let's make this conference a good start in the field of student and community media. Thank you.
Thank you very much for these opening words, and now we will proceed with the program itself. And our first speaker is Rob Quicke from the United States. Rob is the founder of the World College Radio Day, an event that occurred mainly in the United States originally, but now has spread worldwide. It's debuted in 2011, and already in 2012 it had more than 500 college radio stations in 29 countries participating to raise the profile of college radio. Rob is also working at William Paterson University in the States as Associate Professor of Communication. And he has been trained in the UK, so is it safe to presume that you are British originally?
Yeah.
From the University of Oxford and London University, Goldsmiths College. So please welcome Rob.
Thank you. Do I get to use this at all, or that looks good? Yeah.
If you notice people are falling asleep, then yes, please.
Let's see whether we can get this going. Whilst we're getting this going, let me just say this. Can you hear me? Okay. Let me just say first of all, thank you so much for having this conference, for hosting this, and for inviting us to come. It's an honour to be here, and you've provided a very, very warm welcome. And I love the food as well. I think Finnish food is fantastic. So thank you ever so much. And I just want to say also, Ari came to the United States last year. He was very brave. He came to New Jersey, not the nicest of places to come. And he was a superb ambassador for you. Him and his group, he didn't come alone. He saw our radio station and also went down to Philadelphia as well. So I want to say thank you ever so much for doing that and for the incredible work that you have done, not just for LiMuRadio, but also for Finland, representing this country around the world. So congratulations to you. So yes, we're trying to get this going. Are we going to get there?
Yeah, you can scroll here.
Should I just scroll it down? That's good. That works for me. Okay.
Then you want the video, then we...
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Okay, so I want to take you back in time to a time when I was a younger man. Is it scrolling down? Look, there we go. I was once a student. Can you believe this? I was a student at Oxford, and we were there at a very interesting, exciting time. We wanted to do something that had never been done before, an FM license for student radio station in the UK. And they said, you can't do it. And if you tell a group of students no, they just want to do it more. They want yes, okay? So we launched the first ever FM student radio station in the UK. That's me, the original photo, 1996. And my friend Damien. And then just this summer, Damien and I hadn't seen him for years. He came back and he saw me, and we recreated the photo just for you, my friends. It was huge. We made national media. I was in America at the time, but the group of students got invited to Buckingham Palace to meet the Queen because they'd done something that had never been done before. For me, that was really the start of where my love of student radio came. So, what happened next? Well, more recent radio work. I was working in Chicago. My wife is American. There she is. Please raise your hand. I worked in Chicago at WXV radio station. I've also continued to work in India at ACJ Radio that I helped set up at the Asian College of Journalism in Chennai. And now I work the last 9 years. 9 years have gone by very quickly. I don't know what happened. Clearly they were very exciting because I feel as if I just started 2 years ago, but I now work at William Palace University in Brave New Radio. And in that time, it's really been incredible. I mean, this is a silly photo, really, stupid photo. The students insisted, but the station has done very, very well. And for 2 years in a row, which was unprecedented, in 2012, 2013, we won Best College Radio Station in the USA, which was unprecedented. And then we nearly won it for the third time, but unfortunately, we were beaten, but we were nominated. So really, it's been my life, my work has been in college radio, but we all work at these stations, and students are very competitive. We have obviously athletics and sport. My college is better than yours. My university is better than you. You're rubbish. I'm the best. And that can be in our radio stations as well, which I think is fine. But I wondered whether we could do something together. And so what happened was very, very interesting. I had this idea. genesis of the idea was as follows. I believed that there must be something that we can do to bring college radio stations together. I met this man in 2008 who worked in the music industry. He said, college radio is great. It's a very exciting, dynamic, dangerous, daring, risky medium. You do great things, but it's irrelevant because it's too fragmented. And I thought about that. I thought about we are doing, all these radio stations are doing great things, but we don't know what each other were doing because we're all kept in our own particular universities. And we have small licenses. We don't reach. We do not broadcast to millions of people, okay? We have a small wattage. We're not a commercial radio station. And I read this book by The Long Tail, called The Long Tail by Chris Anderson, which said, you can have all these little entities, tiny entities, small little organizations. If they can somehow come together, those organizations can have almost, and sometimes as much of an impact as one large entity. Sure, college radio is never going to take down Google, okay? But if we come together, if we unite, we can make ourselves known. Hello, we are here. Take notice. And so I read that, and then I saw this film, The Social Network, about Facebook, and I woke up the next day with the idea of College Radio Day, drawing upon Anderson's long-tail theory as well as using the excitement and viral nature of social networking. Called a friend of mine called Peter Creighton, and I said, what do you think about this? He said, let's go for College Radio Day. So we started building a website. We launched June 6, 2011, and we went live with 3 stations, my own, WPSC, and at William Patterson University, and a couple more. I called some of the student organizations, student radio organizations in America, as Intercollegiate Broadcasting System, College Broadcasters, Inc., Broadcast Education Association, and College Media Advisors. We have a lot of organizations for student media. And so what do you think of this? And they said, well, okay, let's see how this goes. You're new, this is a startup, let's see what happens. So we had our fingers crossed and we decided to set the date, and the first College Radio Day was set for October 11th, 2011. And it was a risk. We thought to ourselves, well, who will do this? Will anyone do this? Will anyone join the 3 stations that have decided to work together? Well, yeah, I think they did. Because as you can see, we started on the 6th of June, and these are the number of stations who joined us. And that chart makes me happy, because that is collaboration, that is student radio uniting. And you can see, in the first month alone, we got 100 stations, and then in the final month from 6th of September to October, went from 200 to 365 stations in the end. So the whole day suddenly became a national event. Very exciting. And I thought to myself, well, why did this happen? Why did this idea take off? And it really was simple, in a way. The stations and the DJs, the student DJs, liked the idea. They liked us, and they followed us on Twitter. These college media organizations put links on their website, and they discussed the idea with their members online. This was a new idea. Can you believe it? The idea of us coming together for one day, it's unbelievable, but this was a new idea. Because universities, as I said, normally stay on their own. They compete. It's competitive. This collaboration was very new. And then this was key. Some early media coverage generated some significant momentum. Momentum, right, when you get the ball rolling, when things start to happen. And 2 things happened in particular. You had CMJ, which is now just unfortunately this year sort of gone out of business, we think. They've disappeared. But they did an article, and then the Chronicle of Higher Education is a very big academic newspaper. The #1 newspaper, academic newspaper in the USA. And when they covered it, suddenly now we're real, okay? Suddenly now it's legitimate. And because of that, and because of the domino theory, that when one media does a story, other media pick up on that media story, the domino goes on through. Suddenly we have a situation where, bang. And that was just the first year. And I wake up in the morning, and I'm barely awake, and it's, hello, this is New York Times. I'm like, okay. You're writing a story about college radio? Yeah. USA Today, page 3. Page 3, you open USA Today, there we were. So suddenly, this is just a few of what we did, what we stopped recording, but we had Time, Time Magazine. They wrote about us. Very kind of them. The New York Times, Radio World, Washington Post did a story as well. Suddenly we're in a situation where, hang on, this is incredible, because college radio itself, a beloved institution, but it is the very definition of alternative, okay? Alternatives, college radio is alternative. It's out there, it's on the periphery, it's not mainstream. It's on the edge. And suddenly mainstream media is writing and talking about college radio. So that happened in 2011, the first one, very successful. And then March 2012, this is very strange, and I wonder what happened here. I received 2 emails within the same month, randomly not connected, a coincidence. First was from Tiziana Cavallo in Italy, from Eustachian, Italy, and Radiuni, the 2 organizations from Italy. And if you're here from Italy, please raise your hand. Fantastic. She wrote me an email saying, hey, I wonder whether we could get in touch. And then just a little bit later, 11 days later, Guillermo Gabriera sent me an email from Colombia, Bogota, saying that they wanted to do the same as well for the Latin American and Caribbean stations as well as the universities in Colombia. Now, this was unintended. I did not know this was going to happen. What had happened was, I thought College Radio Day was just for USA. And what happened was, suddenly, we got through to the world. It was a little bit like that Pink Floyd song, Is There Anybody Out There? And yes, people out there, my friends. It was incredible, because suddenly we're talking about, well, what do we do with this thing? And it was not just College Radio Day. Suddenly it was World College Radio Day. We had meetings over Skype and telephone with Guillermo and Tiziana. And we were thinking to ourselves, okay, we should call this World College Radio Day. We should open this to the world. This should be a global celebration. And so, very, very exciting indeed. We decided to open it to all stations around the world. And 2013, World College Radio Day was a massive success. And that's just some of the logos. I mean, we had 700 university radio stations, 42 countries. You know what was amazing that day? Was everyone was taking part. And I tuned in. I was listening to the radio stations around the world. And I did not understand many of the languages, okay? But that was not the point. That was not important. What I could understand, what I could hear was the passion, the love of radio, student radio. And that was emotional, because we talk different languages, we have different cultures, and that's great. But I think the most powerful thing is that we are united by love of radio broadcasting. And we like to touch people and communicate. That's why we do it. Not just to play music that they're not going to hear anywhere else, because mainstream radio doesn't play a lot of music that you hear on college radio. And it wasn't just about the fact that we also do programming that no one else is going to make. We produce programming, we cover issues, we talk about things in the community that sometimes the mainstream media ignores or doesn't know about. It was all of that, plus the fact that we were doing something new, and that countries and stations were connecting with each other. That was incredible. Building friendships across the world on our mutual love of radio. That was really special. And then, of course, something weird happened, of course. This guy wrote a letter of support, President Obama. And then in Italy, I don't even know how this happened, but President Napolitano sent a message to his assistant or something to support, right? So suddenly we have 2 world leaders behind us. And getting that from the president in the United States was very, very big. And maybe we'll get one from President Trump, who knows? But anyway, so that was very, very exciting. And suddenly we realized this is a global movement. This is a very global movement. And things are really exciting. And so we realized, of course, it's now not just about the radio stations. It's about the different organizations that exist around the world that serve college radio. And of course, you have Eustachian and Radiuni and SRS, which is Swedish radio. Colombia, Latin America. SIN is Australia. Radio Campus France, CRG is France, College Radio Day USA, and OSI Aru, Spain, and Student Radio Association in the UK. So now we're working together, and it's not easy because there are different languages and different things like that. But it is exciting. The other thing we did, which was brand new, the Global Marathon, 24 hours of going from one country to another, live radio. And it must be a moment of pride for Finland to see themselves there between South Africa and Turkey. There is Finland, LiMuRadio, who I thought did brilliantly. And so we did the first ever, we had 20,000 listeners in one day, which I know is not going to change the world, but come on, that's pretty big for student radio. And then for the first time, after communicating via email, suddenly we found ourselves together face-to-face in Colombia, Bogota. There's Tiziana, Guillermo, and Robin Buchholz as well. We met, and it was really good to see them, and also another opportunity to eat some excellent food. I never turned that down. So, where do we go from here? Well, this, my friends, is a brilliant start right here in Lahti, because this is the first ever student radio conference, and I think this is wonderful. And let this continue. Let's do this again. And let's have other ideas. We could exchange programming with each other. There's a poster here that I want to draw your attention to. The Canadian National Campus and Community Radio Station of Canada have now joined World College Radio Day. I taught them last week. Maybe we can actually share programs with each other. Of international student exchanges one day, so students could visit other campuses. International conferences worldwide, well, I think you have that now, so that's a good thing. Celebrate each other's university radio history. There's a lot of rich history. And get the support and recognition from world leaders for university radio around the world. Because university radio is very important. It is a training ground still for students to go into professional broadcasting, and in its own right, a very important medium because of the unique program that we do. So there was one final thing, of course, I want to say, and then show you a 2-minute video, then I'm done. Yeah, conclusion. So now more than ever, we live in a world that desperately needs compassion and understanding between people and cultures. There's certainly not world peace, let's be honest. And in spite of different languages, time zones, and perhaps other difficulties, in this one global event, we unite across the world for just one day to celebrate student radio. Because we have passion, creativity, and the best music, of course. And that's what it's about. The mission is we join together and we celebrate. And our differences can only be good. So I do have one final thing I want to show you. Should I try to just go for this? It's just a 2-minute video. It's just a collection of clips to give you some flavor of what was going on for World College Radio Day. And then there's a couple of minutes for questions as well. Still working on that. Maybe even take some questions now whilst you're waiting. Any questions? Yeah. And if you can't show the video, that is okay.
Yeah. Hi, I'm from Aalto University, and our student radio station is very seasonal. We only broadcast 2 weeks before, at the end of April. But what's your opinion on these kind of radio stations? Because our thing is not to broadcast around the year. Our point is to celebrate the 1st of May. And do you think it's equally important as the thing you do? Do you think it's the same thing? Do you think it's completely unrelated? What's your opinion on that?
No, I say welcome. I say that one thing that we understand now is that student radio takes many forms. And we have AM, FM, online, LP-FM in USA, low-power FM. We have some stations that are on all year, some stations that are on during just the academic year, some stations that are on just for a month or less. All of those stations are welcome to participate. And in terms of whether we recognize whether that's an important thing that you do, absolutely. And I think that's great. And if you just only exist for those 2 weeks, right? That's still fantastic, because I think there's even more of a reason to get excited that just for those 2 weeks, tune in, that this is an exciting thing. So if that was your question, I think that's important. Do you have any plans to expand it beyond the 2 weeks or not?
Absolutely no, because that's not our thing.
So, but the fact that you do it for 2 weeks is fantastic, because you know what you can do for those 2 weeks? You do some great radio. You can really do some really good stuff. And also, when there's that's like event radio. That now becomes an event. And when there's an event, like for College Radio Day, when we do it in my station, the students stay up. They stay up for 48 hours. They don't sleep. Now, I used to be able to do that. Not anymore. I was in a movie last night and I fell asleep. So, but this is great, and I think that is wonderful. And I'd love to hear when you are, and let me know, please. Any other questions? Are we ready? Are we still working? Any other questions?
Hello, my name is Eva Gustafsson. I'm from SRS in Sweden. College Radio Day is uniting student radios for one day, and of course the preparations once a year. But do you think there would be a need for a global organization that helps student radio, that is run by the student radio organizations themselves?
That is an excellent question, and thank you for asking it. I can tell you right now that my wife and I, we've set up the College Radio Foundation, which runs College Radio Day in the USA. And we've worked very hard over 5 years. We just announced yesterday in the USA, we've had a phenomenal response that we have sponsors now for College Radio Day in the USA. This is a model for World College Radio Day if we want. So we have sponsors now, and what we've done, we've taken their money and we're just giving it straight back to the college radio stations. Because we now know there's a lot of grants, a lot of stations need money, they need grants, they need help. So that's what we're doing in America. We're one step ahead because we've been in College Radio Day, and College Radio Day is a part of World College Radio Day. They're the same event. The problem is, if I'm being honest with you, is that it's complicated. And it's difficult enough to communicate with different countries and organizations because of the time differences. You would think, actually, one of the things you would think in this day and age, it's really easy with Facebook and with the technology that we have, Skype, that would be easy. And it is relatively easy to arrange a meeting and to connect. But it is hard when you start to introduce things like that, to talk about that. But I don't know, that is the next step. Right now we are an event. And that is simple, because join us or do not join us, we are an event. But what can we do with that event? How can we use that event? And I think there's a lot of potential. It gets really complicated. And that's why we have on Facebook, we have a group that Ari is a part of. In fact, many of you, Victor is a part of this group as well. World College Radio Day organizers. And Eric is also involved in College Radio Day and stuff. So maybe, I think that would be good. But the best thing about this is that it's not just me. Everyone is now doing this. And this is a wonderful thing. And Rosella, where's Rosella? Rosella's been doing phenomenal work. I just met her today for the first time, and yet we've been working for the last year together. And I love your scarf. So there is wonderful potential. But once we go into an organization, then it can get it's going to get very complicated, because how do we do that? But Ari and I, we already talk about this. We could get sponsors. We could get companies who want to support the next generation of professional broadcasters, and we could get money, and we could then give out grants to stations who need it. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
I'm almost running out of time. Should I show the video? Is it good? All right. Again, this is just a little flavor. So I just hit space. Oh, blimey. There you go. Is there volume? Good. And once again, thank you. Any final question? And then I think I'm done. Are we good? Oh, yeah, go ahead. Just going to use up my final 2 minutes, and then I'll... Thank you for getting that to work. That was great.
When is World College Radio Day this year, and how can people get involved?
Excellent. Thank you. Good question. Thank you. You know me well. November 4th, Friday, November 4th, and WorldCollegeRadioDay.com is the place to go. And the other question we always get, actually, but people say, do we have to broadcast in English? No, no. You broadcast in your own language, and you do whatever you want to do. I can tell you, though, it's very exciting, because we have the Global Marathon again, and LiMuRadio is going to be coordinating that. This is a huge thing. Ari has volunteered. He doesn't know what he's going to be doing yet. No sleep, I'm afraid. No sleep for maybe 24 hours. But we are going to be having a special marathon, and we're going to be having a special keynote. I can tell you right now, this year we already have Sean Lennon is going to be our interview, son of late John Lennon. And then, have you heard of a band called the Lumineers? Jeremiah from the Lumineers is also going to be doing an interview as well. So we have a lot of... in the past, we've had Coldplay, we've had Andrew WK, we've had Avicii, we've had Wyclef Jean, as you saw. We've had a lot of... It's weird, you know, all these celebrities. I hung out with Chris Martin and Coldplay one morning, and they're talking about College Radio Day, and I'm like, yeah, it's cool, it's cool. So there's a lot of support, and I think, just to go back to that final question that you asked from Sweden, there is a lot of potential here. And we can explore that and use it for good. So please join us. It's a day that is above politics. It is a day that is above conflict. It's a day of simple celebration when we unite together. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rob. Now everyone stretch. It's been 1 hour. You've been sitting down. Get some energy. Get your blood flowing. Are we ready for the next speaker? Technish, great. Our next speaker is Patrick from Glasgow, Scotland. Patrick is a senior lecturer at the School of Engineering and Built Environment at the Glasgow Caledonian University. And he's a program leader for Bachelor of Science in Audio Systems Engineering. The program that focuses on technology and engineering used in audio equipment software. So that's his connection to radio. But he's also a musician in Celtic music. So also from the creative side, he has an insight into this. So please welcome Patrick.
Thanks very much. I do have a presentation, just I'm not sure. Working on. As Timo said, I come from the technical side, so I know all the challenges that our colleagues here are facing, and I also have to get lots of respect for them in terms of the whole team, in terms of looking at streaming the event, because although my background is in audio, I've been involved in streaming events recently, and when you stream events and you involve video, the work goes up 10, 20, 30 times. It's so much harder than audio and radio. So I think that's why I like staying in audio and radio most of the time, or like dabbling sometimes in audio. It was very interesting. Just like to thank Rob for the start of the day. I don't know where we can go from that, mind you. You know, we've started way up there, and now we have to look at other aspects of radio and kind of student radio. It's a very exciting event. I'd just like to thank Ari and all the organisers for inviting me along to the event. It's great to be at a student event. It's great to be at it's nice to be at a conference at the start of it, because I go to a lot of conferences, and sometimes when conferences have been going a long time, they're not quite as exciting. They're a bit stale. This is very fresh and very exciting, so I have to say it's good to be along here. I'm going to talk, once we get started here, I'm going to talk about the community aspect of radio, and that'll become clear, but that already has been mentioned this morning. Ari mentioned that in his introduction. Rob, the worldwide community we're talking about, which is fantastic. So I'm going to talk about some of the community aspects of radio. And also, particularly, I'm interested in what the students feel about their experiences of radio. So And we get some, again, it's nice to see that my thoughts on it and what I've seen from students is going to come out, and was very clear there from already what Rob has said, and then the questions as well. I think that the questions were fine. I hope I'm not speaking too fast for you. I am from Scotland. I am from Glasgow in Scotland, and we have a tradition of speaking very, very fast. And you might not be that used to the Scottish accent as well, so that might be another challenge for you. Yeah. Okay. That's fine. Okay, can we make it up large, or is it to the whole screen? Oh, it's a bug. Okay. All right. Okay, so we've got up there. So you see my name and a community of interest, and you're going to be able to see all the slides as they come down. So there's a little a preempt there of what's going on. Okay, we'll get started with that. So I'm going to have to look over here so I can see what I was going to talk about. So why community? And I think it's already come out, and to be honest, there's much more expert people here about radio than me. At the start when I was introduced, I'm a techie guy. I like all the tech stuff, hence why I love being beside a big transmitter. 150 kilowatts, that's exciting. That's very exciting. So I like all the tech stuff. So as I say, there'll be other people who are much more qualified to speak about this, but these are my thoughts and some things from my students. So at heart, I think radio's about community, and my main interest actually and experience of radio is not through student radio. I've got some involvement with studio, but it's actually through community radio, and I'm going to talk a little bit about that. And there's two of the communities that I'm involved with. At the top there, it's a community radio, and I'll talk about that. And at the bottom is a student radio, and I'll talk a little bit about that. So, give you a little bit of my background. I'll talk about community radio, which might be new to some of you, probably not. I'll talk about the student radio, and then for this talk, I did some questionnaires with students and with some volunteers from the community radio sector, and was interested to see are there parallels, are there differences, and there are, but the parallels are definitely more. There's more in common than not. And the last little comment there that you can't really see, but the student with the headphones is he's now working for STV, and I'll come back to that. So just bear that in mind. His name is Ewan, and he now works for a television company. Okay, so I'll come back to that. So very briefly, I teach on a couple of audio programs. My specialism is in the engineering technology side of audio, and I was hoping the pictures were a little bit bigger, but you'll see some of the fun things that we do. We make controllers, we work with electronics, we do some computer programming. People will look at me and think, that's fun. Yes, it is fun. The middle one there, that's maybe more in keeping with your own experiences. That's a traditional music band playing a concert, and we did the sound and recorded and so on. And then the bottom is actually the software side of it. Everything that we use is software, essentially now, so we do a lot of software in the program as well. And if you're really interested, you can find all about us on Facebook and on YouTube. There's various things there. So I got involved in radio because I was wanting to get industrial experience for my students. So those of us who are academics here will know if we're in a vocational area, you're always interested in getting guest lectures. You're always interested in getting visits. Top there is a workshop by a colleague teaching TV production. The bottom is again, you can't see the picture very well, but it's actually the inside of an outside broadcast truck. So these things are really important to students to put kind of context in what we're talking about. Why? Because it's a difficult job market, particularly in the UK. It's quite tricky to get jobs in these areas. And I think broadcasting, in particular radio, is a great place for getting that experience. Okay, so that's what kind of got me into looking at radio and getting involved. There's some other pictures of students on work experience that we have. The top student there, the top one is a student working and mixing a band called Primal Scream. we heard of Primal Scream? Right, okay. So a good level, we're able to get students, and at the bottom is a picture of students working at what's called the Commonwealth Games. So any of countries that are here, somebody from Canada? No? Yeah, yeah. The Commonwealth Games is a large sporting event that's held in a number of countries each year, and that was a couple of years ago, and with students working at that. So just a little bit of context. So that brings me back to radio. Does everybody know about community radio? You're all involved with student radio, but you know about community radio? Yeah, there's a few folk in the head. Just very briefly then, community radio is typically designed to serve a local community, as the name suggests. One of the aspects about that, and again, there'll be people more expert here to talk about it, but usually those communities are underrepresented in the mainstream media. And in some cases, there's a very strict control of media, so it allows them an outlet for their community to reach out and be heard. I would say, we could have a discussion about that. I would say it's probably the first 2 points that refer to the UK. I think maybe the third point, we could have over a few pints, we could discuss that one, whether there's strict control of the media, but that's another matter. But in the UK, typically, community radio is designed to serve a local community or maybe one that's not well represented. And I've given a couple of examples from my own local area. Govan Live is a small community radio station that serves a community, I'm guessing 20,000 people within a small geographical area. Awaz FM serves the Asian community within Glasgow. Glasgow's got a very large Asian community, and that radio station serves them. So that's some examples of community radio. Oops. Yeah. Okay. Just got a drink of water. The main community radio station I'm involved with is called Celtic Music Radio. And just to pick you up on that, we don't talk about Celtic Music Radio because Celtic is a football team, okay? So we talk about Celtic Music Radio. So just to say that. Don't want you getting into any trouble if you come to Glasgow and start talking about Celtic Music Radio. It was formed, so it's a community radio station, so we're not talking about a student radio station. I'll come to that shortly. It was formed in 2004. It's now 12 years old. It was inspired by an event. Rob talked about event radio, actually. So to a certain extent, this whole radio station was inspired by Celtic Connections, which is a large music festival, and I'll give you a little advert for that in a second. It also happened to kind of coincide with an interest in kind of Scottish identity, because of the resurgence of the Scottish Parliament. So that was, it kind of came at that time. There was a much more renewed interest in the Scottish identity, although Celtic Music Radio is broader than just Scottish music. It serves, the Celtic Music Radio like to talk about serving a community of interest. So it's not a local geographical community as student radio would be, or some of the other radio stations there. It's a worldwide audience for that interest in music. And it was set up with the aims to provide exposure to those genres of music and also to provide training. Now, I was hoping to play something here, but I don't know if it. No, we'll leave it. We'll not risk playing it. I was just going to play a little bit of Celtic Music Radio there for you to keep you going. You would probably know the route for radio stations a lot of the time. First broadcast perhaps in AM or longwave, and that was the case with Celtic Music Radio. And then it went online, it went 24/7 2008, and went FM in 2014, which is quite unusual actually for community radio stations. It's not, as my understanding, it's not that common to be on FM. Again, it was interesting looking at what Rob was talking about in terms of, I think we have very different models for radio stations all around the world for student radio and for community radio, and it's interesting to see the support that's there. So that's another great thing to get together to chat about these things. Couple of things that attracted me to working with Celtic Music Radio, this is to get my students involved, was I liked music. As Tina said, I play Celtic music, so I enjoy the music. but they used live presenters. That seems a strange thing to say, but in the day of a lot of automated radio, they had a lot of live presenters. They had a lot of guests. It really served the community of musicians. So that was the other community aspect that came out, was the community of musicians. And they also were quite ambitious for a community radio station and doing a lot of outside broadcasts. And I'll come back to that later on with our radio station and the student radio station as well. Yeah, the main focus was this event, which is Celtic Connections. I'll just quickly do the advert for that. So come to Glasgow in January for lots of good music. Celtic Connections is the world's largest Celtic music festival. 18 days of music. You can read all the numbers there. It's a big festival, okay? And it's a great focal point for the students to be involved. And so my students, what we came to Celtic Music Radio and said, look, we'll work with you during Celtic Connections. We'll work with you on your outside broadcast. Celtic Music Radio, again, I'm sure speaking to everyone over the next couple of days, the funding level and the amount of equipment that different radio stations have will probably go from very little to fantastic facilities. Celtic Music Radio were at the bottom there, not a lot of equipment. So we come along and said, we'll get involved in your outside broadcast and we'll help you do that. And my students get the experience of working at the music festival. So it's gone from strength to strength. We've now got around about 15 students, hoping to have more than that, working in shifts for 14 days, broadcasting 7 or 8 hours of live music every day. So mixing live music and broadcasting that, and then we run the whole outside broadcast. So students work in various roles. The main one actually is the middle one, music engineers. So a band comes in, anything from a singer-songwriter to a 14-piece band come in, and it has to be set up, and they have to microphones, and the sound's got to be balanced to go out, and they get interviewed on air, and my students do all the sound. So they get the opportunity, it's really exciting, the opportunity to work on live radio, mixing all this music over the space of 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks. So they do a variety of jobs on that. How does that help the radio station? Well, this is feedback from a director of Celtic Music Radio. In his view, our involvement allows them to push a much higher level of output during Celtic Connections. The level of artists we get in on as guests is fantastic. These are people appearing at the festival. So you're talking about professional musicians from all across the world, and we mix the sound for them to go out live on radio. And also because they rely on volunteers, it eases the burden on them. And the students' view, they feel more confident about doing that. But I'll talk about that in a second, because I've got more detail about that. Yeah, so it's clearly beneficial. A couple of things that I took from an academic trying to get work experience for my students. Community radio turned out to be very, very good environment because it was less pressurised than perhaps the commercial broadcasters or the state broadcasters, who are very good at getting students in, but they don't get to play with things because it's serious radio, it's serious TV. And also, interesting enough, and the students take it very much more seriously because it's an external organisation, okay, which when we talk about student radio is maybe student radio maybe sits somewhere in between being part of your course and being an external organisation. So these are a couple of comments about that. So we're here to talk about student radio, so I'm bringing it back to student radio. Radio Cali is the radio station that we have on campus. Interesting enough, it's quite a different model to, I think, perhaps Rob's experience and maybe some of our other experiences, in that it is a totally student-led radio station. It's supported by the Student Association, lives in their building, and us as academics don't have anything to do with it. It just runs by itself. Okay? Which is good in one sense, maybe not so good in another sense. I'm not too sure. The university support it in terms of the facilities. Again, Radio Cali impresses me as a student radio station because I think it's quite ambitious in terms of its output, in terms of the things it's trying to do. It puts on its own gigs. There's a picture of the gig which they then broadcast live just outside where just outside where their studio is. But they also go and do things like outside broadcasts. Now, again, going back to the tech side of things, I'm old enough to remember when doing an outside broadcast was a lot of work, but now it's actually quite easy in comparison. Maybe I'm looking at students who are saying, actually, it's quite hard. I find it quite difficult. Well, trust me, this is a lot easier than it used to be. So they've got a very kind of diverse output from it, which is great. So just to try and kind of pull things together, what do my students then think about working with radio? Because that was the thing that I was really interested in. Because just to take you back, I get involved to allow my students to get work experience. Working with Celtic Music Radio, this was the thing that I organised. They all felt much more confident about performing the technical roles in radio after it. I always find the comments are most interesting when you speak to students. So here's a couple of comments. Being part of the team and interacting with people who are also passionate about a live sound radio broadcast. So that was a really good thing for them to be involved with Celtic Connections, Celtic Music Radio. I love the word passionate. I think that's a great word to be, if you're doing anything, you're passionate about it. I think that's a fantastic thing. And this, I like this comment, learning how to record unusual instruments associated with folk music and watching incredible artists. My audio students can be quite conservative in the range of instruments that they've heard and listened to. So it's fantastic when somebody comes up with a hammered dulcimer. Do you know what a hammered dulcimer is? Yeah, okay. And the students look at it and they say to me, how do you make that up? Where does the sound come out? I said, I don't know, speak to them. Speak to the performer. They'll tell you where the other one's like an accordion, they point the microphone at the middle where there's no sound at all, things like that. So it's always quite interesting when the students get involved. So it's a great experience. What about working with Radio Cali? So this is, I spoke to the students who work with the student radio. So how did they feel about it? A little bit about their background. Interestingly enough, Rob again talked about preparing students to work in broadcast areas. The students that were involved with Radio Cali came from all sorts of areas. They didn't just come from kind of broadcast journalism or from media or from audio. They came from all sorts of therapies, nursing, engineering, business, all sorts of areas. Interestingly enough, of the ones that I asked, none of them were first years. I don't know if that's typical of other student radio experiences, but there was no first years involved. It was only second. We have 4-year courses. And they tended just to be recruited at the Freshers' Fair, at that first week event where they get students in. And I loved this. The main reason given by the students was it looked like fun. Okay, it looked fun to be involved with Radio Cali. So what did they actually get up to? Well, as you imagine, most of them were involved with presenting. But the second thing that most of them get involved with is socialising, which I thought was quite interesting. You can't really see this picture very well, but on the right is, that's the president of, or the manager rather, of radio station interviewing Alex Ferguson. You know Alex Ferguson, football manager? Yeah, okay. So it's not a very good photograph of him, but that's the kind of level of things that they were able to do. I asked them, what was the best experience of working in student radio? Socialising. I quite like that, right? So the social aspect of it, and then presenting. So they like socialising and then presenting. And going back to there, again, this might be a kind of cultural difference. This might be a different, it's one of the things that would be interesting to explore. But only half of the students that I spoke to were actually going to work in the creative industries after university. They were all going off to do other things like nursing and podiatry and engineering. And so the Celtic Music, or Radio Cali rather, was just a social activity for them during their time at university. But what were the benefits for working in Radio Cali? Well, these were the main benefits that came out. Working with others, organising events. These are things that students can apply anywhere once they graduate. These are skills and aspects of it that are very valuable no matter what you do. And again, I like the comments. Joining was honestly one of the best decisions I've ever made from an employment and social standpoint. Kind of hits 2 of the points there. My experience at Radio Cali has been an incredible one where I can learn in a friendly and mostly relaxed environment. I like that they put that word, they qualified that, mostly relaxed environment. And then the last one was interesting. Radio Cali has really helped me gain valuable work experience. We've talked about that, as well as help me to work on my social anxiety. Somebody was very honest about how working in a student body like that helped them with other issues, which I thought was interesting, and I'll come back to that in a second. So how does that compare with community radio? So I asked similar questions to my friends at Celtic Music Radio. So these are the answers from one community radio station. Unfortunately, I couldn't speak to more than one. The background was quite different, a much different age group, as you'd expect. This isn't a student radio station, it's a community radio station. Mainly employed, self-employed, recruited through existing volunteers, but mostly none are little broadcasting experience. What was more interesting, though, was what was their reason for joining a community radio station? It looked like fun. There you are. So there's a parallel. I know student radio essentially is a form of community radio, but the top reason in both cases was it looked like fun, which I think we all agree it is fun. Yeah. Possibly keener to share their music. That was a second kind of thing for volunteers for a community radio station. And the main activities were presenting. They tended in community radio in this station to be much less involved in the day-to-day running. Students seem to take a more, in my experience, and for our student radio station, they take a much bigger role in actually running the radio station. What were the main benefits to the volunteers for getting involved in community radio? Well, they actually liked the presenting. That was the big thing for them. They liked the outside broadcast, but socialising played a part in that as well. And I like the comments again. Volunteer radio is a great way to interact with musicians, socialise, learn new things, and being part of a team. So there's lots of things going on there. And I particularly like the last comment. It has helped my confidence. I have many good friends that I met through it. So tying in with that very honest comment from the student about kind of social anxiety, there was a confidence builder that you got as well from just mainstream community radio. So, trying to bring all this together, what does this all mean? Well, I think the top line is radio is fun. Okay. Do you agree with that? Yeah? Yeah, okay. There's a few folk nodding their head. Yeah. Other people just need a coffee, I think that's. I think radio is, and again, there's people much better qualified to talk about this, but for me, it's quite clear. It's community. It's all about pulling together, and Rob was talking about a worldwide community. Sorry, I'll stop talking about you shortly, don't worry. I keep referring back to you. But I think it was interesting to look at student radio comparison to community radio. I think there was a lot of parallels. It's a great way to expand and learn things. It's a great way to meet and socialise. And I was really taken by that last point. I think it's a real confidence booster for people that have for whatever reason, are not in a good place and can learn from that. So, lastly, you can't really see these too well, but it would have been good on the big screen. But there's some pictures of my students and my friends doing various radio things. If you can see the group at the right-hand side, that was 11 that year. It was actually 14 of them the following year. That was the one where the students were saying, how do you mic up this? Where does the sound come out of this? Just ask them. And yeah, so they're doing various things. So, thank you very much. Have you any questions?
Hi, I'm Mikey Goldenberg from Radio 1190 in Boulder, Colorado, in America. I have a hybrid station. I have an AM/FM community station, but run by students. And anybody in here who maybe has both of those demographics know that a 20-year-old doesn't have much in common with a 60-year-old. So our programming is to the community. Our educational components are opportunity for student, and I try to bridge that gap daily. What do you tell students who might not see the community as important as the community is to a radio station because of their lack of experience, because they know everything, and because it's important to impart both objectives into your broadcast?
I think the kind of key thing for me is I don't know if I really have that problem, because really the main involvement at the moment in the students is just over that 2-week period at Celtic Connections to get involved in the community radio station. The rest of the time, it's actually the mainstream volunteers that do that. So my students are really only involved with the community radio station for about 2.5 weeks. So they don't have time to kind of fall out with the presenters or have arguments about things, if that's what you're kind of alluding to. But what they do get is, I think, which came from that comment, do get a sense of that community radio station has a defined community in terms of the guests that come in and the kind of. I maybe should have said one of the things about the festival. It's a very friendly festival, so people speak to lots of people about it and come in there. So it's a very kind of supportive and friendly atmosphere, and the volunteers from the community radio station are very appreciative of what the students are doing. I think perhaps also none of my students are presenting. All my students are doing the technical side of things, so there's no kind of conflict there. So I don't know if that plays a part in what you're talking about. I think I can see maybe issues if my students want to play certain types of music that others feel don't fit in with what's going on there. I can see that's an issue. But I suppose, going right back to what I said, I'm a techie guy, so I stay behind the scenes. I've been in front of the microphone twice, and it shows you how good I was. I was never asked back again. So that's kind of sums it up. I'm a techie guy. I stay behind the scenes. I don't know if that answers your question.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Chris Gilbert from University of Western Scotland Radio.
Hi Chris. I recognise the accent.
Thank you. It's just actually come to your point because we run a similar setup. We're funded by the uni. We have community presenters who generally broadcast night and weekend. During the day, it tends to be students. A couple of students broadcast at night time. But we actually have a student management committee that kind of do the day-to-day running. And there was initial conflict because they came in, they said, okay, we want to change things, we want to bring in policies and regulations, which hadn't really been implemented before. But to get around this, we have kind of regular meetings between the students and the community presenters. They set up a staff Facebook page, which is closed and only staff get access. So if there are issues or queries or problems, people can post in that, and generally they'll get a reasonably quick reply. But yeah, I think you're right. I think it's a good model. I think it's an interesting model. But you're right. There's maybe a kind of a generational gap possibly, and there are kind of times of conflict. But we've been quite good at resolving them. I think a lot of it's just making the students aware of the value of what the community presenters do for us, and then making the community presenters aware of the value of the work that the students put in running and organising the station. But I think there'll always be kind of tensions there. It's maybe just how you try and negotiate these. So say we've set up regular meetings, we've got the Facebook page, and generally it kind of works well for us. And I'd say to other people, it might be an interesting thing to look at because they are kind of very different things, and bring them together does create kind of conflicts, but I also think it creates opportunities for the community presenters and for the students as well.
That's interesting. I think just from my experience in our institution is that Radio Cali is totally student-led, and I don't think they've got time. They do only broadcast during the trimesters, so during teaching time, but they seem to have a very full schedule, so I don't think they would have time actually to bring in the community out with the trimesters. Yeah, there'd be plenty of scope there, but that's an interesting model. Maybe have a chat about that later on.
One short question still. Anyone comment? Ari?
Yeah, just a quick comment, not a question. You mentioned that the students involved in Radio Cali aren't just journalist students or people from media. That's the same situation we have with LiMuRadio, and one interesting thing has been that from day one we had people from business and from design and from engineering, and you can actually see from my perspective the way that these different kind of cultures have come together, because the day one when engineers met the designers, it was like clowns meeting nerds. So, and people weren't really talking the same language, but these kind of communities, they serve the purpose of accepting the other, I guess.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Patrick. So we've heard about tech, we heard about fun, heard about music, but does college radio has anything to do with journalism? We have next Gilbert Granholm from University of Tampere and the college radio Moreeni over there, and he will talk about constructive journalism. Gilbert is the editor-in-chief at Radio Moreeni. but he's also an instructor in broadcast journalism at the University of Tampere, an independent media professional, humor writer, screenwriter, and a radio presenter. So please welcome Gilbert.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Is there someone who could give me a hand? Where do I have my presentation? Yes. Well. Yes. Can I get it still? Let's see. Okay, let's start. Nice to meet you. Good morning. Hello, hola, good morning. Well, where I come from, we have a little technical problem, yes. Yes. Okay, this was the beginning. Everything is going to be fine. Well, yes, I'm trying to look at you, but meanwhile, I'm trying to remember what I was trying to say. Yes, where I come from, Tampere, we have this 134-meter needle Näsinneula observation tower, which is a good thing because up there we have our 0.2 kilowatt transmitter. So it's Radio Moreeni. In Tampere we have something like 200,000 people. Amazing thing is that every one of them is not listening to us. We are broadcasting on the FM dial and also we stream in the internet, radio.utah.fi. It is owned by the University of Tampere and it has more than 25 years of age. And we are still alive. Every single year, that's a surprise to us. Because every single year we have to have negotiations with the university administration if they are willing to give us some money. Well, at the moment we are having those negotiations going on. So if I began to cry, it depends. It has something to do with those negotiations. Well, our station has been and is a part of journalism education. We have local journalism made by students and volunteers. Something like between 4 and 6 hours a day. And the other time we have classical music, royalty free, of course. And we had a survey last year. About 14,000 listeners a week we do have, which means people who listen to us at least 15 minutes during a week. Well, that's not only students who make the programs. We have a managing editor who is in charge of organizing all these things, who is going to broadcast what and when. And then we have a one technical person, and one journalist. We need all those stuff because our license, we have a same kind of license as any commercial radio station in Finland. We are not a commercial radio station, but the licenses are the same kind of licenses. So in the license, it said that we need to broadcast 1 hour a day of local program of current affairs. And the journalism courses are not on all the year, so we need a personnel to make the programs when there are not students making them. Well, 14,000 listeners, that leaves us a question. Why would someone listen to us? Yes, 14,000 people in Tampere and a couple of other persons using the internet somewhere around. Yesterday, I was in the kitchen listening to the radio, preparing the dinner, peeling potatoes, and that gave me some thoughts. Not all the people are peeling potatoes when they are listening to the radio. There might be some other reasons. Why? Thinking about traffic by accident. Have you ever looked at the drivers when they are in the traffic lights? If they are not having their finger in their nose, they are having it on their FM dial. And that's how we are found, I think, sometimes. The FM dial is a good thing because curious people can make great findings when having an experiment with their FM dial. There might be friends making programs. Yes, we are eager to listen to them. Or one reason is they have interviewed me or my friend. We want to check how are we on the radio. Interviewed me or my friend. And to leave friends talking about enemies, they have interviewed my neighbor. Yes, that's one good reason to listen to the radio. But yesterday I thought those might not be the main reasons. There are more important reasons to be entertained. Yes. And curiosity to get in touch with something new. Thinking about student radio, that's perhaps a very good reason to listen to young persons. They have something to give that the mainstream media have not. In the future, I think, or even today, we have more and more competition of time. It's not only a competition of different radio or TV channels, it's a total competition of time. Movies, plays, everything. Games. And the competitors are global. So even if we have a curious person listening to us, we have a certain need of professionality so that the person comes to listen to us day after day. But those global competitors, they can't beat us in local affairs. That's why we exist. At the same time, we have to be able to give the listener a strong experience. And that's where I come to the main point of this presentation. What about hope as an experience? What about construction? What about constructive journalism? When having a look at construction, it's better to start to look what is not very constructive. In the morning when we are listening to the news, we can listen to the verbs. Check the verbs they are using. They are not very constructive. Did you hear this morning? Treat, damage, destroy, complicate, prevent, and so on. So the normal verbs used in news broadcasts and current affairs programs. In the news stories, there is normally drama, conflict, there are victims and villains. Does that sound familiar to you? Listening to the news or watching TV. And so after all these conflicts, finally, let's have a look at the weather. Yes, we are going to be destroyed. In other words, when listening to the radio, the reporters tell us, the mainstream reporters, many days they tell us that something bad or problematic has happened, is about to happen, may happen. In general, something that is not okay. In general, nothing is okay. So we might think, what is this doing to the audience's view of not only journalism, or us, but the life itself? Does he or she really want to come to us days after days? Listen to us again with all these conflicts. Could we have a little change of attitude? Presenting ways to find a solution. Even in the BBC, they have been able to find some solutions. Another piece of news about the weather. How players and fans cope with record heat. Yes, they are not destroyed. They can cope with the heat. So the question is how to be more constructive. Ulrich Hagerup is the chief of the news of the Danish radio, and he has written a book about constructive news. And in his book, he gives 5 questions for constructive news. What is your own idea about the thing? What is the solution? What have other people done to the problem if we are making a story about a problem? And what can we learn from it? When other people can do it, why can't we? These are the questions we could ask. So presenting solutions or ways to solution. In his book, Ulrich Hagerup says that something like 10% of the news stories have something to do with the future. And other stories are about today or yesterday. And I think that this hope has something to do with the future. At Tampere University, I am the teacher responsible of the radio courses, radio production courses. We have something like 40 journalism students every year making those courses. We have made some experiments with the constructive journalism. We had a story about unemployment. We had statistics that there are more unemployed persons in Tampere this year than a year before. And in the story we tell these statistical facts. But the question is, what kind of person to interview in the story? So the mainstream solution would be to interview a person who everyone know, a person who has no job and has mailed something like 200 applications and not got a job. But we started thinking, what about a person who had found a job? What did he or she do to find a job? We can give exactly the same facts, the statistical facts, in the story. But to have there a person interviewed, a person who had found a job, and telling what did he or she do to find a job, that might give a listener a totally different view of this thing. That he or she might think that this is even possible for him or herself to find a job. So constructiveness as a tool, it's not an alternative to critical reporting. It's a supplementary new tool in the editorial box. So we need both kind of stories. Journalists are very good of making analysis of things going wrong. They are very good in it, even our first year students. Perhaps it's the things going wrong that drive them to study journalism. But what about a parallel analysis of things going right? That might affect the audience's attitude when having troubles and even get the listeners to listen or to watch or read another story made by you. This is a commercial thing, a thing of money. If the listener comes back, that is great. Did you know that constructiveness already exists? There are certain types of stories that are always constructive. Stories which include no problems. And that's, do you know, stories about startups. Have you ever heard a story about a startup with a problem? At least even if it's bankrupt, the persons who have worked there, they have had fun. Well, this story is from the YLE 2 years ago. Yes, this is a startup. Anyone heard about this company? Well, anyway, it seeks to be the world's largest music search engine. This perhaps is not a very good example, but it has something to do with constructiveness, with the attitude. As an alternative, as a student radio, we can have constructive journalism because at the moment the mainstream media is not very good at it. And to have constructiveness, it's possible in every types of programs. News, current affairs programs, even a DJ program or a stand-up show can have elements of it. If we think about a Hollywood movie, there is a happy end. Happy end in our case is solution or construction, a hint of an idea that there might be a solution to a problem in the future. That is our happy end in those kinds of stories. We need all the other stories, all the other types of programs, but between them we could have more or less constructive stories. Yes, that's about all I have to say. Any questions, ideas, answers, job offers? I have here the list of some sources. I can mail you the PDF if you give me an email or a Twitter message. But any questions?
How do you stress the importance of cross-promotion between a radio story, a internet story, a story that someone's telling another student? How do you let them know the importance of multiple levels and different mediums to share the same conversation?
Yes, that's a very good point, and we are trying to teach that. So at the university, at the same time, different students are making the radio, TV stories, and internet. And we have like points of the same story in these different platforms.
Sorry for my English. We are from the Italian network of radio. We are very interesting to your analysis. We manage a project in Europe. The name is Aerophonica. Tomorrow you can find the workshop about this. But we are very interesting to give to you a question, an answer, and a job offer. Are you interested to be inside this kind of project? And the real question for us is what the position of the English, the English college radio with the Brexit situation in the connection in the network with the other radio for working in Europe Parliament and for Europe institution.
My English is not too good either. We can talk more about the thing after this. Yes.
Just in terms of journalism ethics, the right way in which to conduct interviews and stories, and editing, when you have material, how you edit that. How do you do that in terms of training ethics and good journalism practices versus bad journalism practices, on the record, off the record, that kind of thing?
Oh yes, that's a part of the journalism courses. It's very important that the person interviewed knows why he or she is interviewed and where and how his statements are used on the radio.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Abubakar Siddiq Ahmed from Ghana. I'm coming from a developing country. I see this constructive journalism as very critical. But how do you differentiate it from development journalism and, for that matter, development communications?
Well, they have lots of things in common. Actually, there is a UNICEF. UNICEF has a project, World's Best News.dk, and they are making stories about development countries with the attitude of constructive journalism. So they have very much in common. And in the mainstream media, we have a lot of stories about the problems, but not about the solutions that have already been made. And so it's very important and a good way to make stories about development countries.
Yeah, thank you, Gilbert. That was a very interesting perspective you have. Just a brief comment and a question. First of all, it's very important the way we present things to the audience, because as we all know, the way we talk about things kind of constructs the reality where we live in. And as you said, the reality, if you look at, for example, the Finnish yellow press, the world isn't that much of a happy place. But do you see any problem in the fact that most news that get the most clicks and the most attention are the ones that are the worst? Isn't that the bad news sell and the good news, no one wants to read them?
That is a problem, but there are more bad news than good news. If we've had that more analysis of things going right, there might be more clicks.
Yeah, just a quick follow-up. Have you done any analysis on your media outputs in the radio, or you have a magazine also in your university about what kind of stories the audience listen to or read? Have you done any comparison?
We made a survey among the university students and the personnel of Tampere University, and what they answered. They answered they were very interested in listening to local news, cultural programs, current affairs programs, music programs. And what they did not were very interested to listen were the meetings of the administration of the city. At least we broadcast every meeting of the administration of the city. We even get money from it. And church services, they were not interested to listen to church services. Every Sunday we have church services. We are paid for the program times, which leaves us the question that the programs we are paid, our listeners are not interested to listen to them. I have to find a constructive solution for that. That's about all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gilbert. Now it's time for the lunch, and it's at the Lahti City Hall restaurant Tyrmä, which in English means jail. And it really has been a jail a long time ago, since the City Hall was the administrative center of the city when it was much smaller. So all the public functions were located in the building, including jail. But now it's a very nice restaurant. And you will get back here as well. We have arranged. 4 persons to lead you in groups from here. Rob.
So can we leave bags here?
Yes, you can. right, welcome back after lunch. Hope you enjoyed both the food and the location. The group numbers. They are for the geocaching challenge, which is after these two next presentations. It's in your program at 2:30, Coffee and Geocaching challenge. Henry is not here yet. He's our man for this challenge, and he will explain later how it works out. But keep your number. It doesn't matter which one. For the next presentation, we will have a connection via Skype to Italy with Tiziana, who unfortunately had to cancel her participation here in Lahti, but we have managed to get a Skype connection, and she will give her presentation from her home.
Hi.
Hi, this is Finland calling.
Hi. Hello. Here we go. Can you... Ciao. Can you see me? My big face? Hi. Hi.
You have to come here to front of this computer. So just to be clear.
Okay, Tiziana, you're welcome. Please start.
I cannot see nobody, but I start and then I hope I can see Ari and Rob, who I love to say ciao to them, and to thanks also Ari for this, I think, beautiful and fantastic conference. And I would have liked to be with you, but some family problems make me not to be with you. So I hope everything is okay, and I hope next year I will be with you. So let's start and go fast to the end. I mean, because I've prepared a presentation different from the one I prepared for you if I would be there. So I will tell you a very brief story. So I will share with you my desktop. Oops, can you hear me? Hello? I share with you, but I cannot hear you. I cannot see nothing and hear nothing. Can you hear me? Hello? I cannot understand if I'm online or not. Can you write me something if you hear me? I'm not sure you can hear me. Can you say to me something? Can you hear me? I have no sign about you. Can you hear me now? But I cannot understand what happened, but I didn't see nothing. I share with you my desktop. So it's better you hear my voice. It's a radio conference, so it's my voice is the important thing. So I share with you. Let's see. Okay, but I can't hear you now. Nothing. Uh-oh. Hello. Let's try another time. How is it now? Can you hear me? But the problem that I hear you now, but then when I start talking, I can't hear nothing. So I try to, and I don't know if you can see now my presentation. Okay, I go. Okay. Sometimes if I say to you, say something, it's only because if I hear silence, I cannot understand if you are follow me. So, okay, let's start. So thank you, everybody. I say thank you also to Ari, and I want to say ciao to Rob. And then I hope I can see you in some way. So I've prepared another presentation different from the one I prepared if I would be there, because I want to share with you a very brief story. So let's talk about the story of Italian University Radio. I know that there are some nice Italian girls, Rossella and Alice and the other girls. So I know you probably are knowing about our situation in Italy, but let's talk about the beginning. We started in 1999 with the first university radio in Italy at the University of Siena, Facoltà di Frequenza. And that was the first radio which we all together we followed and tried to have as a model for our movement in Italy. And the story goes on because after some years, after the beginning and after the other Italian university radios were born, like in Verona, the Fuori Aula Network, like in Padua, like in Pavia, and other which were the first of the Italian university radios. We decided in 2006, after 7 years from the beginning, from the first Italian university radio, to stay together, to be together, and to found the association called Raduni, which is now still going on with many problems, because exactly as it's so difficult to go on with this kind of organization and trying to be all together doing the same stuff, or trying to decide to have and to share opportunities. And in 2006 we decided we were I was 10 years younger, and we decided to stay together and having Raduni. Raduni was very important for one first thing, which is the one you can see in the slide, because I've chosen the last image of the last festival of university radio, which was taken in Naples last year. And but we decided to do in the first festival in 2008 in Padua, so it's still going on. And I think the festival in Italy is one of the best way to stay together, to look one each other, and to share best practices, and especially issues and problems, because I was missing from the festival since 3 years, so I have to go there to see all the guys, but I am in touch with them always, all days, or all months. And I have my situation in the University of Verona with Aula network that I can see how it's difficult to go on. You have seen I've decided to say Italy 2.0 because it was the middle of our trip. And I think Raduni and the organization of the festival can be heroes in this story. Like in all the best story, there is also an antagonist. And to me, I don't know if it's also Rossella and the other girls can say this. One antagonist could be the public service radio. And I would love to say why, because during these 15 years, I can say from my position, because I was in the movement of radio, university radio from 2001. I can say during the last 15 years, nobody helped us, and the Italian public service radio look at us, at our movement, at our association. I can say like an antagonist, not an enemy, but surely they didn't understand the importance of this kind of group of people and opportunities. We tried to be in touch with them all times, and the Italian Service Public Radio decided also many years ago to try to found another a project similar to Raduni and similar to many other projects, but this was not going on, and it failed. I think because the Italian public service radio want to be the only one, and the guys and the students into the university radios have to be only like to serve them. And so this is why I decided to put the antagonist in this story. Now we can talk about the Italy 3.0, which is the present, but also I think it's the future. And I want only to say nothing about Eurofonica, because I know tomorrow or in this afternoon you will have a workshop with Rossella and the other girls about this. But I want to say thank you to Rossella because in this occasion, because I think Perugia has a very nice idea, which was missing in our Italian movement. Rossella and her colleagues decided to collect together the European University Radio. Was missing an association, an European association. So that's the reason why I remember in 2012, when was the first World College Radio Day, that I say to Rob and Guillermo, which was with me, the co-founders of World College Radio Days, but the first idea was Rob decided to do this and this adventure. And I remember I said to Rob that the problem in Italy and in Europe was that was missing an European association of students radio. And that was, I also think now, but I think Eurofonica is a good project. It could be all the stuff that the guys about Eurofonica and Rossella and the team of Raduni are doing with the other countries in Europe involved in the Eurofonica project is a good thing, and I hope in the future we can try to make an European University Radio Association. Are you follow me? Everything is okay? Wow, great. So the story goes on, and very briefly, I would love to tell you about the story of University of Verona 1.0, which was born, Fuori Aula Network was born in 2001. So we are almost one of the first Italian university radio, and I'm very happy about this, because now in 2016 I can say we are still alive. And this is I think it's important, because we had very strange years during the last 10 years, because it's very difficult, especially for business model, which is, I mean, a big issue in the university and students radio. And actually, I'm the responsible and the referent for the university communication for all the university in Verona. I was there during the last 2 years and a half, and I decided when I returned back to Verona 2 years and a half ago to bring the radio into my strategy of communication strategy of the university. And I think this is I think it's a good idea because I can protect them and I can make them growing and trying to be totally part of my communication strategy for all the University of Verona. So we were born in 2001, and now it's very important because we decided in 2008 to give to some of the guys who were graduated in that year to found a cooperative. It's a form of enterprise, a social social enterprise, which is still going on, and this is White then is the name of this social enterprise. And I think that was the good idea, deciding to make them be independent in a way, and give services to universities. That's the reason why I decided to bring them into my budget, into my business model, into my communication strategy at an institutional level. So it's institutionalization, if I can say, it was the key at the University of Verona. And this is the present and the future of Fuori Aula Network. These are two last images of one of our events, in which the students' radio was a protagonist, because it's the festival of games on the street called Tocati, which was in the middle of September, during also another big event at our university called the Kids University. And we decided to give to the radio all the organization of the events in the main square in Verona. Why I decided to say this and to choose only this event, to make you understand what I mean about the University of Verona and Fuori Aula Network 3.0. Because I think being into the community, into the city, is the big issue now and for the next years. So let's say to you another meaning for me of university radio. So my question now is, can university radio be an ingredient of university social capital? So let's try to say very briefly what is social capital. I mean, in a very simple way, I can say social capital could be the product of relationships, of social networks. In another way is made by three main parts: social networks, trust and reciprocity, shared norms and values. So a university radio, a students' radio could be, if we take this important definition of social capital, could be an ingredient of social capital, because in a university radio, there are a lot of social networks inside and outside the community of a students' radio. Trust and reciprocity. Are two big and important values. And inside the community of a students' radio, shared norms and values are very important for being alive and going on with the respect of the others, especially in a network like Raduni or like WorldCollegeRadioDay or like an European association. I'm finished, and I want to say I had my PhD 2 years ago, and I studied about the university social capital. That's why I'm thinking that university radio is a very, very important ingredient about this, especially in USA, and Rob can say it's right. There are also in UK. There's it's it's a tradition about community services into the university. And community services as educational, cultural, social, and recreational services, which the college provides for its community beyond the regular credits courses scheduled on campus during the day or evening hours. Let's see. This author is Marcy. Let's see. The year is 1973. Many years ago. And actually, I think the big issue and the big challenge, especially for Italian universities and for students radio in Italy, could be being part of this process, being part and being one of the community service. This is my challenge in the future for my university, and I hope also in Italy. This is only an example because I would love you can see what I'm studying and I'm researching on, because I'm studying about how to be an engaged campus. This is a theoretical framework, so I go on. If you are interested, we can write emails and chat and go on. So only to say to you that I'm trying to put university radio into a research process and into a research framework, but in another way, different from researching, because I'm doing on field. I'm doing every day with my communication activities, working with the radio day by day. This is another part of the framework, and let's see. These are 7 dimensions of community cultivation strategy. The third one is dialogue, and dialogue, I think openness to a dialogue is the key, because university media, not only radio, but also magazine, television, and social networks, I mean everything which also now is not yet invented, are strategic indicators about communicative university social capital. I made a research 3 years ago, and I take the Italian ranking of the best universities, and I realized doing this research that the top 10 universities in the Italian rankings have a positive correlation in having university media. So it's important. I mean, it's scientific, I can say, that if you are a university and you invest money, time, resources in having and cultivating a university radio or university media, you could be the best in the ranking. So University Radio 3.0, so the future, but also the present could be social capital. And this is my wishes for you and for us. Like David Bowie say, we can be heroes. Thank you. So let's return to my big face.
Thank you. If I speak here, does it go to her as well? Okay.
Can you see me? Hello, Tiziana. Hi. I can hear you, but I can't see you.
Okay. We are now inviting questions to you, and they will come here as well, so you can hear the question.
Okay, thank you. You have to present yourself because I cannot see you, so I cannot recognize you.
Okay, my name is Timo. I'm chairing this session here.
Hi, Timo. Okay. Okay, thank you, Timo.
Anyone in the audience ready to come forward with a comment or question? Rob, please. Rob will be here in a minute.
Oh, okay.
Tiziana, hello.
Hi.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
We miss you, my friend.
I know, me too. Very, very, a lot. I'm so sorry, but I have to stay here, you know.
Absolutely. I just wanted to, you mentioned 2012 and 2013, and since we've first started meeting and connecting, that we're talking, well, that's 3-4 years ago now, right? So a lot of time has passed. What kind of
Yeah.
changes have been going on in Italian student radio during that time? Have there been a lot of positive changes, do you think, or still are there a lot of challenges that remain?
I think a lot of challenges remaining, but I think I can say some Italian university radios, not the oldest one, but such as the example you have there, like Vercelli and also like in Perugia, are very interesting example how to resist and survive, I can say, because the problem is this in Italy. We've been talking about university radio since 15 years almost, I think. But during the last years, I think some of them also in Verona resist. Is the only term I can use because there's no excepting for the Eurofonica project and excepting for the festival, I think we stay in the same position during the last 10 years. And in this time, only some of the radio are still going on in a good way, and I cannot say in the best way because it's always good way. Let's say about Verona. I'm the responsible of university communication since 2014. Before me, the previous referent decided to take the radio still alive, but with no resources, not so much resources. So when I arrived there, I decided during the last 2 years to give them resources, which means money to do projects, which means try to keep them into the process of decisions, into stay beside me and try to chat with them all the day, trying to project to build some new events, make the radio protagonists of almost all the events of we do for the community. This what is what I decided. But I have to say, when I chat with other guys around Italy, I can say they are surviving in some ways, excepting for some very very nice project. And I can say also last thing about this aim, this issue. I can say also that during the last year, some of the oldest university radio in Italy try to be entrepreneurial, which is, I think, is a big challenge. Being entrepreneurial the meaning is trying to survive by themselves, not only using the help of the university institution, trying to be in the market, on the market, in the market, and trying to do not only projects for the university community, but to also offer to other enterprises their talents, their projects, and and everything. So this is the photo of Italy now, probably. But I think also Rossella and Alice can talk with you about this, because this is my point of view during the last 3 years.
Sure. Thank you very much, Tiziana. Thank you. Are there any other questions? Do we have time?
We would have for one short comment or question here.
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Max. I'm from Cologne in Germany, from Köln campus. And I wanted to ask, because in Germany I see that people who start studying have less and less time. So it's tough for us to get new people sometimes, because I think people want to go through with their bachelor or their master very quick, in like 3 or 5 years minimum. And so what do you have for strategic options or something like that, or how do you think we could get people to slow down during the
lesson
their
time?
study?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So thank you for the question. This is a big problem and a big issue also for Italy and also for University of Verona. But we decided also to insert the radio as an activity into the course of science of communication science. So a lot of students can choose the course, and then at the end of the course, they can go into the radio and do radio. They can try to, there are two guys, Andrea and Thomas, which are my colleagues now, I can say this. And they take the class and the course. And at the end, last year we had 40 or 35 students of the class. It's a lab, it's a radio lab. And on these 35 students, almost the half decided to go on with the process, and they had the exam at the end of the lab, and they stay into the radio. So this is a way to take the students keep going on with the radio activities. And another idea is involving also all the courses of the university, not only the one very near to the subject. I mean, not only the communication or social networks or public relations courses, but also medicine, information technology, and also other stuff. So we have a lot of students changing, and this is the big issue because at one university radio, the life, I mean, of a student in the experience could be 2 years. I think an average could be 2 years in Italy. But the problem is changing all times, all time the students. But we decided to ask to the universities, to the university to put the radio as an institutional activity in the course of the communication. But it's free credit. I mean, I don't know how to say in English. It's you can choose it. It's not mandatory to do the course. So this was the answer for us.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Tiziana. This is Timo again.
Hi, Timo.
We will now move on in our program. So we want to thank you for taking your time to speak to us via Skype. And we'll talk about the project tomorrow in the workshop.
Yeah, Aerophonica. So let's say thank you, really. And thank you to Rob, thank you to you, thank you to all the audience, thank you to the Italian girls, and love to be there next year or in another place. And thank you. So we can be heroes. Bye.
Bye-bye. Okay, while we go back to the normal setting with the computer and the slides, I'll take time to introduce the next speakers, Madeleine Ruth and Eva Gustafsson from Studentradion i Sverige, meaning the Association of Swedish Student Radios. Madeleine is the vice chairman of SRS, and Eva is the treasurer of SRS. And Eva is also station manager at the College Radio at the University of Gothenburg.
Hello. And to separate us from being a group, I can say that I am Eva.
And I am Madeleine.
Yes. So as you heard, we are from SRS, which is a national organization for student radio in Sweden. SRS is, as many organizations in Sweden, a volunteer organization. So this is something we do because we love student radio, and we do it for fun and for free, and in our spare time. And student radio in Sweden has been around since the 70s on FM radio. In 79, Sweden opened up for community radio, like Patrick talked about before. So it was possible for organizations to broadcast locally on FM radio. And student radios picked up on this very quickly. So many of the student radios we have today are pushing 40 nowadays. In 93, we decided to go together and start a national organization, because together you can do so much more. And in the beginning, you know, we didn't really have a goal for what the purpose of the organization was. We did it because it was fun. Ideas flew, you know, you did various things. And we didn't really have any funding at all. So we just did it because we could. People showed up for meetings, and ideas were shared. In 2004, we started to organize a bit more to actually become more of a proper national organization, and laid a lot of the groundwork for what's here today. And in 2013, we actually got a person working for SRS, which helped a lot, since all the other people are students, taking care of the students, their studies, at the same time as they run the organization and the local stations. And we also now have an office in Stockholm, the capital of Sweden. So all the local stations can reach out for our administrator when we as the board are busy being, you know, doing studies and stuff like that. Things that we have done throughout the years, some of them we still do, some we don't, are, for example, having a joint venture when it comes to selling ads. In Sweden, you can have ads in your show if you want to. And if you actually go together, you can reach out to bigger companies and provide the ability to actually say that, okay, if you want an ad at SRS, then you can actually get, you know, coverage in various cities in Sweden. We've also done collaborations where we go to music festivals, and you can actually tell the press that, okay, if you give us an interview, it can be heard on all the student radios in Sweden, which is then easier to get bigger artists and better interviews in that way. We also had intranet where you can share your materials. So if we do something in Gothenburg, we can send it to the student radio in Umeå, and they can use the same material. So you don't do everything yourself in that sense. And we have also been, when community radio in Sweden were more, what new rules were created and they wanted to evolve it a bit more, then SRS was one of the groups that were asked to give opinions of what we think. And that is also something that is important. If you are united and you have an organization that can speak for all your local members, then you can actually be more of a voice and do more of lobby work for your organization than one single station can do. Today, SRS have almost 900 active radio producers. Swedish is a very small country, but we have quite a lot of universities, and these are the active people who actually produce radio. SRS itself has much more members. We have also supporting members. Some of our stations are their own separate student organizations, but some are also part of student unions. And that means that more people are included that are sort of supporting. And that is also something that is important, to reach out to people who support radio stations, the listeners, people who have been part of the organization before, alumnis. There's not only the people being acting at the station today that are the important ones.
We actually get the funding from the government or with all of our members, not the actual broadcasters, which is how we've actually managed to stay alive and to develop. So it's been a very important part of SRS.
To keep the member base large, yeah. That is true. So today we are 12 members throughout the long country of Sweden. And our members are very, very different from the old stations that broadcast on FM radio that's been around for 35 years to the tiny, tiny stations that are, broadcasting a few hours every week, maybe only have web radio, or might even be just a pod radio station that aren't actually producing radio with a consistency. They are more producing pods from now to now. And SRS as a national organization has tried to get more of a purpose of what we should actually do. There are a lot of fun things you can do, but there are also very important things that you might need to focus on. So we've taken up these things to do today, where we should be the stable organization that actually try to help our local stations with the economy. Many of the stations today are slightly moving away from the universities in the way that they are actually run by the students, so they are themselves. They don't really have someone that is telling them what they have to do or they should do. And that is a really good thing, but it also means that sometimes the money doesn't come very, as easily from the universities anymore because they are slightly separated. They are run by the students, not the universities. So we help them by applying for money from the Swedish government. And that's also that Madeleine talked about, that we get the grant for being many people. We provide a place for them to meet, because when you're a local radio station, you focus on what you do every day. You have a radio station to run. And there's always things you want to do, but time is very limited. So we provide the area for them to meet. So we have a big meeting every semester where all the stations get to send their delegation to meet and network, have workshops, and also vote about what the national organization should do, because it's the members who decide what SRS should do. We also try to keep all the knowledge that we have within the organization. So when someone has a question, we should be able to give them a hand. Who knows this? So you don't have to do the thing you talked about before when you started up the radio station here, that you don't have to go to Google. You should go to SRS and ask them, how did you solve this problem? Who knows how to do this? And we also try to help people that are aspiring radio stations. Just a couple of weeks ago, we got a request from a city that is, if you go west over the Baltics, there's a small Swedish city called Gävle. And they want to start a radio station. And we know how to. So they ask us, how could we do that? And we try to help them. Doesn't mean that Madeleine go there and do it for them, but we can provide them the information to actually do it. And we also try to be, the organization that will actually stay here. Because as a student-run organization, the involvement from the people is very important. And you can't count on it. When people do it for fun in their spare time, some years people are very active and very devoted to it, but they might not be every year. So it's important to have a stable organization that will actually be there when you leave, so it keeps on going.
Yeah, and as Eva mentioned, sorry about the pixels. She mentioned that our stations are very different. This is one of our smallest members. They basically have a closet space on campus where they broadcast every week, as opposed to these bunches of pixels, who are one of our oldest stations, who have a very stable foundation in being part of a student union and then becoming independent, but they still all have a very active collaboration with the student union, where the student union actually pays to broadcast on their frequency instead of the other way around. And being very different, they also look to very different places for inspiration and competition, so that the older stations quite clearly look at the more professional media, the public service broadcaster and the commercial radio stations. and see them as a competition and an inspiration, whereas the younger, newer, smaller stations tend to look at the podcasts and see what do they have and what can we offer that they don't have, so that members can come either from hearing something and thinking, oh, I want to do something similar to this, or people who already have a podcast but realize that we want to do something a bit more professional, we want to do radio. And then SRS and our stations are something in between. And we try to cherish that role in the media landscape as much as we can. One of the things we do is actually to collaborate with the public service for their annual fundraiser, so to speak, where we do the same thing. We broadcast live for a week in December and collect money for their charity, and in return they give us publicity for doing so. So they don't really see us as a competition, but as someone to work with. Our members also like to participate in, for example, WorldCollegeRadioDay. And one of the ways they try to show themselves on campus is to just take a table, take a microphone, and go sit and broadcast live from wherever, whenever. This is a quote from the channel manager at the public service in Gothenburg, where Eva is from, that shows that in some way the student radio in Sweden will always have some sort of role, even if it's not necessarily to be a channel to listen to. The members will always, in some way, have a way to contribute and to grow and then move on in life, even if it's not in radio, but a lot of them actually do. They get jobs doing it somewhere else.
Yeah. And when it comes to future of student radio, we believe that it is bright, even though some people say that radio is a medium that is going out of business, because students is very adaptable and they will find a way. Even if, like in '79, you had the possibility to start FM broadcasting in Sweden for student radios, but Madeline comes from a city where people were actually broadcasting before that. You will always find a way to do it. And we were very quick on picking up new techniques. We started web radios, for example. We started podcasts. And we believe that students will always have the benefit of being, in the possession of quite a lot of time. Even though people are very busy sometimes, they also have the possibility to choose what to actually devote their time to in more ways than you do after, when you start working and so on. So we can do so much things because we love it and because we can focus on it while we are studying. And we think that will just prevail student radio to keep on going in any form that we wanted to.
Yeah, SRS has doubled its number of stations just within like the 10, 15 years now. And as she said, we have another one possibly coming soon. So it's growing, and it's growing because of the podcasts, and we're trying to make the most out of that trend, so to speak, and adapting it to the radio that we have and what we can offer.
Yeah, because I think the important thing is not how we broadcast and where we are. The thing is that people listen, and the new landscape of people producing pods has really opened up a way that people are actually listening again, and that they pay attention and then they find things. And it's quite easy for us to share our shows nowadays, for example. You don't have to tune in at 9 o'clock every evening. You can actually just post your show to people. So it's easy to be a very lazy listener today, and that's a benefit for us.
Now we're open for questions. Here, Gilbert.
Hello, nice to meet people from Sweden. About ad selling, how large amount of your budget comes from ad selling?
It's very different from station to station. Since SRS is not producing radio itself, we provide help for the stations to get contacts to sell radio commercials. So it differs from station to station. And so SRS itself is not run by any ads in that sense.
We also have stations who have actively decided not to air ads at all because they want to be their own, in a sense.
Mm. But I would say that some of the ones who have, big incomes from it could be about 10,000 euros per year. And also, SRS try to focus on, getting big companies that are national covers. But a lot of stations are also trying to address the local area where they want to be seen locally, where it's very important for the local pizzeria or the smaller ones in that sense, and that's also benefiting them.
Yeah, you kind of answered my original question with this one, but my question is, how much do you restrict your members? For example, let's say you're negotiating a deal with a major national company for ads, and one of your member stations goes and negotiates a better deal for themselves with the same company. So then the company declines your deal. Does this happen? Is this a real problem? And is this really a thing? I mean, do you constrict your member stations in doing ad selling or something? Does the membership require to conform to your deals or something?
We've never experienced that problem. We only recently started negotiating national ad sales again. It was something that was done back in the days, and then we stopped doing it, and now we've started again. But I don't think that our members would be interested in doing that because they are a very strong community amongst each other as well, since that they meet every year and also exchange information and programs in between.
Yeah, and if someone is already negotiating, then they probably will put their time somewhere else because they have other things to do. But we are not requiring stations to be part of the ads if they don't want to. So that's up to them.
Hi, I'm Eric. I'm the student program director at WPSC with Rob and Rissa. And a lot of the students have asked me if they can post their shows, how you said, where they want to post their show after they do it. A lot of them have even said, like, oh, can we just use the equipment for a podcast? And I've been really hesitant to say yes to that. So how do you decide, are all students posting their shows afterwards, or is it select, like certain shows? How does that work?
That's also quite depending on what the station itself regulates. The station I come from in Umeå it's up to the members themselves. We help them, we teach them how to edit, since that they can't post the music online. But we don't force them to. We encourage it because we know that a lot of the listening is on demand, even for the student radio shows. We also have members who pay the membership fee, but they don't have a show scheduled every week. They only do a podcast that is then in collaboration with the student radio and promoted by the student radio.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Justus from Äänipolku organization. We're striving to do the same thing you've done in Sweden, in Finland. And I'd like to know that how do you estimate what kind of impact has SRS support been in numbers? How many stations there has been new stations because of you?
I would say that it has really given the possibility to start station again. Because when we started in '93, there were 10 stations who started the organization, and there were a lot of stations throughout Sweden. And then in the 2000, everything became much harder. Fundings were cut, and stations went away. And when we started to go back again, I think there were 6. Sort of the oldest and the biggest one were left. The small one had all died out. And it's not always a matter of money. It's also if you have people who are actually active. Some of the stations are 15 people in a small university. And if all they graduate and no one takes over, the station dies. And it's hard when you're so few to actually get all the fundings in and all the work. You just, you want to focus on the fun. And so when SRS got their act together and got funding that you could help the stations with, then everything got much more stable in that sense. Even though they don't get enormous amounts of money, they don't. But today you don't need that much money to start a small web radio station. So just by us being stable helped small ones to start up and stay in that sense.
We also have stations that started as a student project, so that they only aired for like 10 weeks every year. And then they felt that, we want to do this all year round. Where can we get the help and inspiration to do that and to expand? And that's also something that we've done.
So the numbers doubled, at least in number of stations.
Yeah, we doubled. So from 6 survivors in early 2000 to 12 now. Yeah.
Sounds good. Yeah. Thank you.
Hi, great stuff. Thank you. Really thought-provoking. My name is Magee, and I had 2 questions just really quickly. What is your membership model specifically? And if you don't mind my asking in front of all of these people, what do you charge?
We charge €100 per year.
We have the double.
What do you mean the double?
Yeah,
no,
you mean
SRS.
as a national
SRS. You mean SRS? Yeah. So it's for a local station in Sweden. It's €100, 1,000 Swedish kroners every year, and you have to be. We have 2 kinds of memberships. The sort of full membership is you have to be a university radio. You have to be sort of connected to a university. Doesn't mean that the university pays for you or you sort of supports you, but you are sort of, the members are from a university. So you should not be just a community radio. And you should have a scheduled programming,
Some kind of live streaming as well.
Yeah, some kind of live streaming. And then we also have a sort of smaller membership for podcasts. People who only produce podcasts.
But in a journalistic way.
And at the university.
Yeah.
Cool, thank you. And then my second question was, you mentioned that members can reach out to you and ask for help on startups. What kind of information is it a packet, a manual? Are you sending them a PDF? Do they want a human to show up and walk them through those types of things?
At the moment, we don't really have a startup package. We have plans to create one and to possibly also create a new kind of membership specifically for startups. What we do at the moment is that we ask them what kind of radio they are interested in, and then we sort of connect them to the member we have who are most similar to them. In this case, in Gävle, we have connected them to the station that used to be a project, and also to the old station who are geographically closest to them, so that they can get sort of a mentorship from those 2.
Do you find that the stations, because they're involved in SRS before they're approached by a new startup, are receptive to that relationship? Are they forthcoming in giving that information and saying, hey, thanks, welcome, we'll help you?
Yeah, and also since that our funding is based on the number of members, the more members and stations we have, the more money we get for everyone. so that it is both out of enthusiasm but also out of their own interest.
And also giving back, because they have gotten this help before when they were new. So.
I just want to add very quickly, congratulations on your successes, and enjoyed your presentation very much indeed. And I saw a photo there of your first grant application, 2012, right? And how there have been subsequent grant applications, and I know you've gone from having a part-time person to a full-time person. So where are you right now? Have you got lots of things you're working on in that respect?
The grant, the funding we get is annual, so we have to apply for the same every year. So far, it's always been approved, but it's also slowly decreasing because there are more organizations with larger membership sizes who are applying for the same amount of money. So we're at a point where we're fine, but if we want to continue to grow and develop, we will probably need to look elsewhere as well.
Thank you. That's a great note to end. And now we have a coffee break with the geocaching challenge, and for that I will give the word to Henry.
Hello everyone. I think well, this goes well. A few words about the challenge. I think you all have had a number under your butt. I think you should have. And there is numbers from 1 to 4, and that number divides you in 4 different groups. So the idea is to mix you up somehow and meet new people and so on. And then you will have a small exercise with your new friends. So I have 4 of these. These are, well, not so expensive small tablets. And I have a map of this area here. And I have kind of a point of interest here for every group. They are in a different places around this area. Well, I think there will not be more than 100 meters to the longest way to these points. And there you will find a piece of paper and also pen, I hope. They are still there. And I like you to add your name in a list. And tomorrow, after our workshops, one of you will get some kind of present from our station. Okay, is that okay? Yeah. So take a cup of coffee, grab your jacket, because we are going outside. Or you can start your coffee in here, and let's see how big the groups are. Maybe I divide the groups to smaller groups and so on, but I will let you know more on the lobby. Thank you.
Test the mic. Yeah. Test, 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 test. Good. Yeah.
You can leave it. I can put it here.
Okay. Yes, that is better. Yeah. Okay, good.
But talk to the audience.
All right. Yes. Hello. Hello. Yes. I'm well positioned. I bring you peace, fraternal greetings from Ghana in West Africa. And if you know about the tropics, you will agree with me that the weather here is a little uncomfortable. But we will manage with it. Indeed, as he said, I'm from the University of Ghana, Legon. And we have a radio station earlier called The Voice of Legon, but now Radio Universe. I have been part and parcel of its beginnings as far back as 1994. what I'm going to do after listening to the other presentations, I'll just give you the context of campus radio, how it emerged, so that you get the background and then see how it is faring, and of course, the way forward. The political and economic developments, often referred to as the wind of democratic change, that swept across the African continent in the 1990s, brought about changes from authoritarian government to liberal democracy, and a consequent rise of pluralistic and diverse media. Ghana was no exception. The period saw the adoption and promulgation of new constitutions across Africa. For Ghana, we had our fourth Republican Constitution in 1992. The preceding period was characterized by intense agitation and advocacy by students, lecturers, civil society organizations, and politicians. We wanted to have our freedom. And freedom is never given. You have to fight for it. The Constitution restored civic liberties, fundamental human rights and freedoms, and more importantly, to our presence here today, freedom and independence of the media. In our Constitution, this freedom is guaranteed. And it states, for instance, that there shall be no impediments to the establishment of private press or media. And in particular, there shall be no law requiring any person to obtain a license as a prerequisite to the establishment or operations of a newspaper, journal, or other media for mass communication or information. So you realize that this is not in tune with the Western experience, where you could have fun. Ours was work and fight and advocacy. In the annals of the Ghanaian media, the 1992 Constitution is unique for two key reasons. Firstly, it marked the end of state monopoly over broadcasting and the beginning of private participation. And secondly, ended the hitherto monologue format of the state-owned prior to democratization. The government controlled the broadcasting house, and it was talking to itself in the name of talking to the people. So there was a monologue, there was no feedback. But on the flip side, the Constitution was not a perfect voice for broadcasting policy for two reasons. Firstly, there is an escape clause. And by escape clause, what I mean is they give you your freedom or your rights on the right hand and then take it away on the left hand if you are not curious to fight for it. So on the strength of the escape clause, for instance, the state is permitted to safeguard the people of Ghana against the teaching or propagation of a doctrine which exhibits or encourages disrespect of the nationhood of Ghana. The national symbols and emblems or incite hatred against other members of the community. And if government decides that you've incited hatred, they can take it away. So it's vague. Secondly, the Constitution is not definite as to whether the National Media Commission, which is a constitutionally mandated regulatory body, should be the sole authority responsible for the regulation of every aspect of broadcasting, be it technical or content. This has become a contentious issue since liberalization of the airwaves in 1995. I will explain this in detail later. Now, the emergence of campus radio. Campus or student radio, in particular, the voice of Legon, where I belong, now Radio Universe, emerged out of these political, constitutional, and legislative context
as a pioneer independent broadcasting station in Ghana. The government that harbored some fear decided to test the grounds, and in that decision, they decided to test a university. That may sound strange, because that is even the last place that they should have started. But they decided to test this on the university campus, which was good. Its role as an experimental campus radio, so we came up as an experimental station. But the experimental was not properly defined, so we took liberties and pushed the debate. And we're ready to experiment on almost everything and anything. To bring about, so as an experiment, so we decided to bring about social, political, and economic change, resolve conflict, allow for active participation of the citizenry, being available, accessible, acceptable, affordable, and accountable to the community and the public at large. So we impose upon ourselves serious responsibilities because we want others to also follow suit. The key roles then, as we saw it, include the normative roles of the media to inform, educate, entertain, and providing the platform for public discourse, voice for all, and watchdog of the people over both public and private officials and the institutions. So our own institution, the university, was not spared. This was in 1994, 2 years after the promulgation of the new liberal constitution of the 1992, prior to the official announcement of the liberalization in 1995. Currently, we have 17 campus stations in the country. And their roles, after 2 decades of democracy and freedom of the media, are evolving and changing as much as their perspectives and focus. The early days were interesting for a number of reasons. The citizenry, though liberated and excited, were cautious of the transition because the military were still lurking around watching and observing. It took Radio Universe and the press to break this long silence and fear harbored by the people. Under the cloak of academic freedom, the station created platforms for critical discourse and debate on community, national, and international issues of public interest. But the station did not lose sight of its core mandate of providing education. Now, what was the policy environment? The Constitution provides the broad broadcasting policy and regulatory framework, but almost 22 years into democracy, the government of Ghana is yet, as I speak, to produce a legally binding broadcasting policy and law. But there is a National Media Commission that came out of the new Constitution. They have a policy document. Government is dilly-dallying with it. In the absence of a well-coordinated, acceptable national broadcasting policy, the policyscape is a highly contested domain where members of the listening public participate in shaping broadcasting policy in a number of ways. The Ghana Broadcasting Corporation, that is the public station, and Radio Universe were credited for their role in promoting this civil interaction and discourse in the early days. Although GAR, the GBC, Accra FM stations, introduced the call-in complaint format with Good Morning Accra, it was Radio Universe that expanded participation in radio discussion about public service and policies. And this is a particular article that you can find in Media, Culture and Society, written by Heath, one professor of communications at the University of New York. According to the latest 2016 industry statistics of the NMC, there are 412 radio broadcasting stations. Of these, 313 are currently operational, including 17 campus, 68 community, 5 public foreign, 30 public national, and up to 292 commercial. So you see the tilt towards commercialization, and for that matter, urbanization of radio. With this multiplicity of platforms, civic interactions has deepened. The citizenry right to stations, the right features articles in newspapers, whilst associations, organizations issue releases, communiques, and statements. Through call-in shows, on-talk discussion programs intended to elicit audience or listeners' attitudes about station programs, government and corporate attitudes on service delivery, and policy implications, listeners contribute via telephone and text on social media handles. Now, in the regulatory environment, we had the National Media Commission and then the National Communications Authority. The National Communications Authority was created to rival the NMC. That was responsible for the technical aspects, and then the NMC was responsible for content. So whereas one institution is responsible for the technical, they issue licenses or frequencies, and then one is responsible for content. But the one that is responsible for content cannot take any radio station on should that radio station infringe on any rules or regulations. So you have a dilemma. If a radio station goes wrong, working at the NMC, cannot do anything about it. Even as I'm also responsible for content, I cannot summon a radio station. The radio station can choose to either come, and for that matter, the complainant may be compelled to go to court. Later we may talk during question time, why this situation was created. Again, it was for political reasons. Now, the creation of the rival institution to the NMC betrays a nervous government that harbored some fears in the opening of the airways for private participation. This was understandable of a government that had absolute control over broadcasting earlier on, as I said. I will leave that and then come to the main issue, which has to do with the role of campus radio, and for that matter, the purpose of radio, campus radio. The purpose of campus radio in Ghana could be discussed under two broad thematic areas, primary and secondly. Local, institutional, and national contextual realities do broadly influence and shape the purpose. Now let's take primary purpose. The primary goal of campus radio, as we saw it at the time, and even currently, is directly related to its nature, location, and ownership by educational institutions. These inform its use for educational purposes, including teaching, research, radio lectures, and infotainment. In this regard, communication infrastructure for national open or virtual universities for long-distance education have been introduced. The broadcast of campus news and events is also a vital responsibility to fulfill, and we do that. In the area of education and training, campus radio is offering opportunities for practical work to communication, marketing, and advertising students, language and creative arts, theater, music, and dance, and applied sciences, in particular, engineering, technology, and innovation. Students also work in the development of broadcasting software applications. In fact, campus radio is now a research laboratory where students conduct their research projects on different aspects of broadcasting operations. But yet to be fully explored are areas in the installation and maintenance of broadcasting equipment. These developments are, however, at their infancy and yet to be streamlined into our academic curricula. Some lecturers have taken upon themselves to add it to their systems, but there is a need for the universities themselves to begin to structure this properly. But students are going through this and they are getting employment outside. Now, according to Mercy Akpam of the University of Oyo in Nigeria, and why I'm quoting Nigeria was the first I was asked to write on broadcasting in West Africa. So whilst I was doing that, good Ari sent me another letter and said, well, do it for Ghana, so I had to, because there is an interesting story in there. When we started in 1994, at that time, there was no campus station in Nigeria. So the University of Lagos, that is UNILAG, the lecturers there had to come to Ghana, interviewed me, and then through that inspiration, they went back and also started. So in Nigeria, they are also picking up. So according to Mercy Akpam of the University of Oyo in Nigeria, she said, The teaching hospital is indispensable to those studying medicine. Laboratories are useful for students in natural and applied sciences, and radio and television are strategic and practical tools to students of communication and journalism, as well as other related areas. And this related area, for instance, I also do lecture at Accra College of Medicine, where I handle medical communications. And you begin to see how communication moves around in almost every field of endeavor. ACPAM's observation reflects similar sentiments by communication experts and academics in Ghana. On the role of campus radio in skill development, it could be argued successfully that campus radio stations are helping to eliminate the challenge of obvious lack of practical experience confronting job-seeking students after completing their studies. The secondary purpose of campus radio in Ghana includes, but is not limited to, facilitating intra-university communication, enabling outreach services by students and staff of tertiary institutions, transmitting the value systems of the community, encouraging and promoting social interaction, integration, and understanding. They also sensitize and mobilize their listeners towards the development and attainment of their collective goal. Beyond its social role of providing entertainment, campus radio in Ghana also facilitates vertical and horizontal communication and builds bridges amongst various constituents of the university community and the public at large. The implementation and achievement of these ideals are met through critical discussions, public education on local, national, and international issues, as I said earlier, discussion of research findings of students and faculty through interviews, the broadcast of interfaculty inaugural memorial lectures, seminars, and other discursive events of academic and general interest. The rest include the formulation and execution of radio programs that foster community development, targeting pre-university and university students, and offering radio lessons in selected subject areas, including basic language teaching, communication and study skills, and the provision of long-distance education towards the award of a university degree. The opportunity has therefore been created for an alternative to the traditional on-campus learning for those who wish to continue their formal education but cannot attend scheduled classes because they are occupied during the normal lecture hours. This has also boosted the plans of some universities in the country to widen the scope of non-residential education. We have an interesting scenario in one of our campus radio stations in Winneba, which is in Accra, which is in the central region, where even non-students listen to this particular radio station because they carry lectures of different, lectures, and they are learning through that. And when it comes to interaction, they open the phone lines. You find people who, or the youth, who are not in school, but know exactly what subjects are being treated, and they're able to ask questions and they are given responses. Now, how are we managed? Institutions have created management boards made up of representatives of the various constituents of the university to run the stations. Earlier on, we had a problem where there was competition between the students and the university authorities. The students thought that, well, we are the students, so we should run the station. For that was when I was in school, my postgraduate. We thought it is our station. The university also thought that, well, it is their station. So there was this problem. Well, if you say it is your station, then house it anywhere you want to house it, but not on the university campus. It went to that extent. Then gradually there was this understanding, and everything was solved, because normally on campus there's this joy, and then it was solved. Then later the regulators came out and solved the problem by saying that they don't issue frequencies to students. And you need to be in our environment to understand why they would say they wouldn't do that. Just coming out of an authoritarian government and the government's fear of people using radio for other means. And for the University of Ghana, it's been a hotbed of politics since independence. So one would understand. But at the same time, they were a little bit, understanding and allow things to move. So universities set up the boards, and the boards are made up of representatives of various constituents of the university. Students are represented, and they have a voice, and they use that voice effectively. Even though the law does not ban students from acquiring broadcasting frequencies. By convention, they do not grant frequency authorization to student groupings. Operationally, few permanent staff and student volunteers run stations by dint of their allocation and categorization as a form of community radio. Campus radio operators are cautious to avoid corporate, institutional, or political capture in order to maintain their independence. And I think this issue came up earlier. In our case, this sort of funding that we talk about, I would look at it under this particular, segment. Funding and financing of campus radio is a key challenge. This is because it is by law a not-for-profit organization and deprived of government funding. The source of revenue is through student and annual contributions. So at the beginning of each year, students pay some fee as part of their general fees that they pay to the university. And so that is what we use to support the station, to keep the station running. And we also organize fundraising activities. And then we also try as much as possible to contact, old alumni of the university, because we do bring back our alumni, and some of them are well positioned in the corporate world, in politics. We bring them, interview them. So we have a program for that we call Alumni R. And so we use that as a channel to be able to get some funds, from there. We also have some publications. People come buy our tapes, and then we sell the tapes out, to them. But after all this, the funds are not enough. So how do we move? Because competition is now becoming very, very, very keen because of the commercial stations and the money that they wield. Now let's look at the programming style that we have. Generally, campus radio stations in Ghana offer a free format programming style. This allows for a perfect mix of multiple programming concepts in the application of the normative rules of the media. It promotes experimentation, a vital requirement for innovation and creativity. Campus radio stations put a lot of premium on aligning station policy to the NCA licensing mandate, the constitutive act of the university or polytechnic concerned, or politically concerned, any strategic plan wherever possible. So normally when we are having our programs, we also think of the strategic plan of the university. How do we also enhance the image of the university is also something that we actually think of. For instance, if there's a research institution, how do you dovetail that into programming? But as you do it, you also have to consider the fact that you are not just going to involve in the ivory tower discussion. You also have to consider those outside the university. And that is how we strategize. Now, programs are in English and the local languages depending on the catchment area of the station. A mix of talk radio format and infotainment seem to be the formats of choice. Conceptually, programs are designed to achieve aspects of the raison d'etre of the specific radio station concerned. Approaches and emphasis, however, vary from one station to the other. The advancement in cellular phone applications and broadcasting technologies has significantly enhanced these formats. This is because there are some correlation between rising access to mobile phones with radio and the density of radio penetration in Ghana. Mobile penetration is about 75%, one of the highest in the sub-region. And so we're doing well in that direction in Ghana. The density, however, tilts more to the urban centers. All I'm saying is that if you look at the convergence of the technologies of telecommunications and broadcasting technology, radio, we say, is the most important tool for mass communication, for that matter, development. And if we now have mobile phone, which is even more ubiquitous than radio, it means that very soon, if everybody is able to have mobile phone, then the radio will be a thing of the past. So how do you look into the future and begin to put systems in place that would help you? And the best place to start this is the radio, is through cellular technology. And I have an interesting example to give. Our students were having their student elections. They call them the SRC elections. And it was going on, so we were streaming. And it just happened that we were following it and then realized that we were trending in Port Harcourt in Nigeria. Because the students in the universities there became interested. And about 20,000 plus in Nigeria, not even in Ghana, and that is how powerful radio, telephony, cellular phone has become. Now, I'll leave some part and then go to the specific area of role. Campus radio in Ghana has come a long way. From its humble beginnings in the 1990s, it has risen to become a key contributor in the expansion of educational opportunities, deepening of democratic culture, pre-training opportunities to students in various fields of studies, and source of well-trained, experienced job seekers in the communications and broadcasting industry. Radio Universe produces qualified broadcast journalists at the end of each academic year, and so do the others. These employable graduates work in most of the top commercial and public radio and television stations across the country. The distinguished service of campus radio has been recognized and awarded at the university. Our station has been awarded by the university for its distinguished service to the university. And we had two of our presenters who were given a national award by the Presidential National Award for their role in education. So just relating this to what Obama said, I want to think that the time has come for campus radio as we organize ourselves to begin to see the huge potentials that are out there for us to tap. Again, Radio Universe is a trailblazer in innovative and creative programming and considered as a major producer of rich and quality content. Commercial stations, when they started, were picking content from us. And all they will have to do is to just give it some little place and then put their commercials and then they pick it. And that is because our system is not so rigid. It is not dictated. So you allow students to be creative. You allow them to be innovative. They say we are experimental, so why should you sort of block creativity? I think it was Einstein who said logic can take you from point A to point B. It is only imagination that can take you everywhere. So allow them to go everywhere. And gradually as we do that and as they create and innovate, we have benefited from it. Now, most of the stations are picking our students, and they are everywhere. And that is the power of campus radio. Our programs have been replicated, as I said. Campus radio has transformed campus communication and politics. Notice boards on campuses are gradually losing their efficacy to campus radio as a preferred choice for announcements, advertisements, and other university public notices. Campus stations organize live debate and interviews on student affairs. We have the University Teachers Association of Ghana, that is UTAG, just the lecturers. It has come to a point where when they want to elect their presidents, they end up coming on radio and debating who should be their president, just as the students do. And then we had the Federation of University Senior Staff. They also come and also we give them the opportunity to tell to tell their constituents what they have to offer. So, and then the relationship between students and the university authorities has also helped to even bring about peace, so that we wouldn't have much conflict. So it has transformed politics on campus. We also have one important role is also sports. Sports coverage by campus-based radio stations is that it is one of the strong pillars keeping so-called lesser sports alive in Ghana. We concentrate so much on soccer to the detriment of so-called, quote-unquote, lesser sports. They do not matter. For us, since they are on campus and students are competing, it matters. And gradually it's getting to the psyche of the national guards that is important. So it's an important pillar. Commercial stations virtually ignore them due to their low patronage, as well as their lack of representation at the international level. Basically, they do not have the numbers to attract advertising revenues. So the commercial stations don't go there. Successive governments in Ghana have struggled to finance sports and have been heavily criticized by channeling their lion's share of the sports budget to football. Most of these disciplines are on the verge of collapsing and are only vibrant at the university level, since it is easier to manage due to availability of some funds from annual student sports fees, as well as players who are willing to learn and not necessarily to earn money, like the Beckhams. They're just to play soccer. In this regard, campus-based radio stations report on them as university stories, which gives it the little mileage that the commercial radio stations are not giving them. So you see, alternative. Such disciplines include, but are not limited to, say, for instance, rugby, baseball, netball, handball, basketball, and recently swimming, just to mention a few. The big season to talk about university sports is during tournaments such as the Ghana University Sports Association games, some bilateral games between two institutions, and when Ghana hosts some international, So our reporters then become the reporters of the commercial stations. And so you hear them because we allow them. They then report for the commercial stations because the commercial stations are not aware of the history and so cannot comment very well about them. Of course, and we're providing these services free of charge. Now, this has also opened the window for collaboration with other campus radio stations in the country. Such collaboration necessitated the formation of Campus Broadcasters Association of Ghana, CBAC. The rising interest in campus soccer tournaments due to campus radio live coverage contributed to a recent launch of the maiden edition of the Ghana University Soccer League by the Minister of Sports at the University of Ghana, Legon. The internationalization of European Soccer League has also become a key feature on campus radio stations. Now, what is happening is because the European League is such a popular league, whether it is Barcelona or it is, it is Chelsea or Manchester, they always pitch camps. Gradually, the commercial stations carry this because they make money. Right. We already don't make money. But they are taking away our listeners, and we don't want that. So we are compelled somehow to also find a way by which we can go around it. So since we have the students, what we do is we can create electronic boards at vantage places on campus. Instead of they listening to radio stations, blaring the commentary, now they can watch it because on campus, some will not have the DSTVs to be able to catch this. And when that is happening, then we set up a discussion right there on the ground with an OB. And we still have our listeners. Then what are the challenges? There are a number of challenges in running campus radio in Ghana. These include structural, organizational and operational, of course, funding and financing, infrastructure, equipment, and logistics constraints. The annual turnover of qualified student volunteers is very high. This places a lot of replacement burden on management if some appreciable level of quality is to be maintained. The reality is that young hosts are inexperienced to engage in unscripted discussions in the delicate art of moderating without silencing and distorting lively debates. This is particularly critical during semester examinations. In some cases, programs are affected and may lead to the suspension of some shows. This is not good for radio. You lose your listeners. If you're not very careful, you lose them for good. The challenge is surmounted with effective planning and scheduling of temporary staff and national service personnel. Another challenge is the ability of students, volunteers to manage their radio time effectively with the enormous academic work. Yes, they volunteer because they love it, but they are in the university because they want their first classes and the second class upper. That they will not sacrifice. So how do we help the student volunteer to surmount these time management issues. So we are compelled to also include that as part of our work. So almost every year, I will have to ask students, what's your GP? If your GP is low, then you have to. If your load of work is too much, then we'll have to counsel you. So we get into a point where we'll have to also include counseling services for the students, for them to be able to combine effectively and then deliver. Now to conclude, after my long presentation. To conclude, Campus Radio is a product of history. Campus Radio in Ghana is a product of a history of military dictatorship. Its mandate and purpose was already carved out by the circumstances of history to help not only to educate, but also to increase access to tertiary educational institutions. The role of Campus Radio in creating the platform for increased participation by the citizenry in the policy sphere during the transition from dictatorship to democracy cannot be glossed over. It deepened democracy, freedom of expression of the media, and restored the curtailed and violated human rights of the citizenry in the previous regime. The mobilization and exposure of the enormous intellectual and expert human resource of the university and research institutions on Campus Radio is significantly contributing to demystify the university as an ivory tower where academics engage with the wider society, where academics engage with the wider society. In the developing world, such as ours, even though I have a problem with this developing STEM, I was discussing it with one of our friends earlier, such as ours, universities cannot be indifferent. Universities must meet the expectations of the taxpayer. Campus Radio is a blessing to Ghana and for that matter to any country. Supporting it and helping it to grow, as those who had the idea of bringing us here today, is a worthy cause. Together, we build for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Sidi. Yeah. Do we have time for one or two quick questions or comments? So there's time for one or two quick questions. I guess he was first.
Hi, I found it interesting when you were talking towards the end about counselling students, because I understand what you're saying, by the time our students hit fourth year and they're looking for that, 2-1 or above. Also, the demographic that our university works with, most of them come from lower income households, a lot of them do, and they have work, a lot of them, they're combining work with their full-time studies with work as well. What kind of counselling do you offer? Is it about time management? Is it financial issues?
Frankly speaking, time management itself is something that every, with all apologies, human being must master, because we do not have, we have only 24 hours, and 24 hours, if you have a lot, is not enough. And so if you come to the university, you have been structured. You have times for your lectures, you have times for, I'll put leisure aside for some time. You have time for your tutorials, you have time to go to the library. You virtually do not have time for leisure, but you have to make it. Then there are all sorts of organizations on campus, all sorts of activities on campus. Some belong to United Nations, whatever, society A, society B. You have a lot. And the youth is energetic. It wants to, as the French would say, toucher partout. You want to touch everything, because that is the essence of networking. Now, education has come to a point where those who get to the university at the age of 20, 21, in our part of the world, are young. Some are coming from homes where they could be managed. Others are coming from homes where parents do not even know the importance of education. In fact, parents have not even looked at their performance since they were in creche. So when they get there, and then they come to Radio Universe, it is not part of your job. But if you are concerned that this student must not fail because he or she has volunteered his time, that is also the responsibility of management to make it an issue. And so that is why I have made it an issue. I've seen students who have combined when they come, their writing skills are not good, but then they have 4 years in the university. By the time they reach 4 years, whilst their writing skills improve at the station, it also improves the lecture theatre. Whilst the appreciation of world affairs improves, it also helps them in their classrooms. And while you give them counseling services for time management, you are virtually helping them to be able to structure their life. They leave the university, you meet them somewhere in the future, and they say, wow, you helped me a lot, thank you. And we have a lot of that. Because it will not even occur to that student that time management is something that could be taught, and is taught. And it helps. Thank you.
Hello. One question. You talked about losing listeners and about the importance of listeners. How important are listeners at all? Because as a student radio, you don't depend on them, I would say, in the first place, but you would depend on the content and the participation and, like you said, to be not without any restrictions and to be free of.
Okay. I have an interesting story here. When we started, we were communicating in English, but we have our local vernacular, or local languages. And then we thought that we want to move away from that syndrome in academia where they present their academic papers with their big English, and it's just for their own consumption. We should break that and make academia relevant to the common person in the street. So in the university, we have the linguistics department, we have the language center. And so we said, no, some of these programs that we have, say researches that have been conducted on sanitation, on health, break it down in the local languages. When this whole issue of democracy started, how to even translate democracy in that word democracy into the local language needed some thinking. And so the linguistics department had to come out with an equivalent in various languages. It caught up. So you see, campus radio has helped in even language development. And then we insist that those who are also on air should really have the knowledge of the language that they are communicating in. So when we started, students didn't want it. This is university, it should be English. And I remember one of our professors who said, well, these people are becoming Americans. The Americanization of American culture is coming up with them. Let's ensure that we maintain them as Ghanaians. So whether they like it or not, well, it comes a time when people do not know what they're about. Insist. But then we just didn't insist. We were educating, but they still would not listen. They were fighting about it. Then gradually what happened was that they leave campus, go back to their homes, and their mothers will be asking them, who is this presenter? Who is that presenter? Oh, I listened to this program on your station. Gradually, their parents did the work for us. So they themselves accepted it and then became part of it because they have understood that we were making an impact outside the university. In fact, we had calls of people who come and say, well, now it's not that we know that there is a university in Ghana that speaks our language. You have comments like that out of researches that have been conducted.
which has made it relevant. Our lecturers will go to town and politicians will ask them, this presenter, who is he? That presenter, who is he? No, people are critical because we focused on policy issues. Another example, we used not to have customer care was not something that most organizations had because our system was authoritarian. Now, in a democracy which is opened up, and with this, liberal environment, some people do not understand why customers should come and then you have to give the customer a particular form of attention. But when we allowed callers to call in and talk about service delivery, companies had to sit up. Because if you continue hearing your name on radio, it's affecting your image. When we realized that, then we deepened it. Now companies had to come to us, almost beg us, if it is possible for them to meet some of these callers. And some of the callers turn themselves into activists. They have time to go to a particular organization and see how things are, then they'll put it on air. So businesses had to change their modus operandi. And gradually now, that is what is happening.
Okay, thank you, Siddiq. I'm afraid we're going to have to continue this in the dinner. So we have one more presentation, or one more speaker, and we wanted to bring some local voice to the conference. We have a long-time media personality, a local radio DJ, Mr. Joni Heinonen, who's been part of the private radio business since day one here in Lahti. So if Joni is still around the corner, I would like to present him. Joni, actually, he should have been here a long time before. He actually was geocaching in the wrong park an hour ago, so that's why he's a bit late. So, Joni.
Oh, hey. This is the one I use. Hey, guys. I'm Joni Heinonen. I'm a local boy. Maybe not the boy, but can I walk here to my stage show? Before I start, I want you to give a big hand for Ari and the guys organizing this fantastic thing. You deserve it. Hey, before I talk about radio, can I tell you something about myself? It maybe put you understand more what I've done in the radio. I can't tell you all anyway, though. Yeah, I was born in Lahti. And my teenage years, they were a little bit different than my friends because my father was the biggest promoter in Finland. He brought all the big names to Finland. So my teenage years, eves and many weekends, I was there at the backstage or dressing room for the big names. And even when I was 17, 18, I worked for my father as a tour manager for a little bit smaller bands who did maybe a few days tours. I was playing myself too, and my band was playing with many, many big names as warming up, sort of a support act. So maybe you understand that when I graduated, I was supposed to be a lawyer. I was supposed to go to law school. I even read the books. But it was so great to play rock and roll. Screaming girls and autographs and everything. So I said to my father, hey, come on, maybe I could read one more year and then I go to test, He went mad, of course. And he even didn't speak with me for 2 months. Then he said, hey, come on, maybe you go to abroad, maybe to US to study and then come back to me and work for me. I was so stupid that I didn't call that time. My only big mistake in my life, I would say. Yeah. Well, never became a lawyer, but became so much more. When the band which I was playing with, I was playing drums actually. When it stopped, I started a teenage disco here in Lahti. Actually, I opened 9 more discos in southern part of Finland. They all sort of teenage clubs. And it was a big thing that time. And during that time, I heard about the rumors about the young boys who were rehearsing in a music school here in Lahti, 15, 16 years old boys. I went to see them and they were really talented. So I had an idea, maybe I do the first teenage band with the boys, not with the boys, but about the boys. And I was talking with them and they were keen to do it, so why not? We started. And it was a big, long period process. I did. And during that, I had a call from Helsinki. Hurricanes were the #1 band in Finland that time. And one of the guys called me and they wanted to meet me. They want me to be their manager because they wanted to go abroad and they knew that I could do it because of my father's contacts. And I went to negotiate with them and I decided to do it. But I said, I want to do this teenage project too. They said, it's okay. When those contracts went in, that was 1980. And same year, I broke up with my girlfriend. So everything was it. I decided to move to California, to LA. And I did also. My idea was that I'm going to bring bands over to Europe, And I came back for just to sort it out with my girlfriend, what we're going to do with the house and what we're going to do with the car and furniture and so on. We were good friends anyway, And I shouldn't go, but I did. I went to say hi to guys in the record companies in Helsinki. And one of the guys said, hey, come on, we have a new band. I shouldn't go and listen. Yeah, he put the tape in a Revox player. That was in 1980, so it's a little bit different than nowadays. But the band was fantastic, I said, hey, come on, this is American band. How they sing so good English? Oh, yeah, they're from Helsinki. They are 19 years old, They almost everybody's been exchange student in US. That's the reason for the language. And he kept talking. And I stayed in Finland to manage with that band. To manage a band called Broadcast, which came really, really big. Actually, I called to LA to my friend, hey, my caddy is there, my keys are there, please take care of my car. I'll be back anyway, I thought so. Well, actually, we went there with the Broadcast to photo session for the album cover, and we were checking out the studios in LA because the record company promised that maybe we could do the next album in Los Angeles. Yeah. Oh, okay, I go. No, I don't know if we got time to talk about radio. I'm talking about my crazy history, But it's close now. Yeah, when the contract with the Broadcast went to end, I started again a teenage disco here in Lahti. And I met my wife, nowadays ex-wife, but we are very good friends. She's living actually in New Orleans. And I have 3 kids, so of course I stayed in Finland. In 1987, I saw the little ad in a local newspaper. There will be a commercial radio station starting in the town. And I thought, hey, come on, I've been in LA. I know how to do commercial radio station, even that I've never been in a radio station. Of course, I've been there with my bands, but never done a minute of the radio show. I went there and, no, I called first and told who I am. I think they checked my background, and so they knew when I went there for the interview that I've been in a business almost all my life. Not the radio business, but the music business. And then they said, okay, welcome. You can work with us. And I started on the first day when the radio started. That was December 5, 1987. We were sort of in second wave. The first commercial station started 1985, and then this was the second wave. So now we are in the radio, maybe talking about the real thing. Sorry about this intro, long intro. Yeah, let's talk about the radio. So I wrote this last night, so it might be full of thoughts, but don't worry. Yeah, somebody said that the radio is real-time speech content with some music. Maybe nowadays it's upside down. It's it's real-time music content with some speech. I'm sorry that it's like that, but it is. But radio's done well. According to research 2014, I guess. I hope I'm right, a year now, but about that anyway. We in Finland were listening radio more than 3 hours a day, which is a lot comparing to any country in Europe. It's a lot. Even that radio is always like electronic media. It's still able to hold wide range of audience, you know. Young or old or young, whatever. Well, but maybe the best side of the radio is that you can do something else when you're listening to radio. Now you can do it like this, or it can be there and it comes coming, you know. I mean, it's easy. You can do the dishwashing or whatever. I don't want to say what you can do in your bedroom, but you can do it too. If we compare it with the other media, you don't have to check, you know, the screen or TV or whatever. So you're sort of stuck with that thing. But radio, you can do it anywhere. Like we actually did already 50s and 60s. We had those transistor radios we took to the beach and hoped that the batteries are all right, and we're trying to find some maybe number 1 or number 2 station, because we had only 2 stations that time in Finland. Or maybe we listened to it in car. That was possible. Not even having cell phones, like it's easier now. I have a station from California here. It doesn't care. But that's nowadays. But there's a long way from 1987. Even digitalization has taken a huge leap. It's weird that reception still is analogical, FM. Even though those radio stations have the net radios too, but it's only a small part of the people who use it. If they have 2 chances, if they have a chance to use the analogical, they use it. Of course, it's about the way you can do it. When the local radio stations in Finland started, that was new. That was new. I'm talking about now, this 1985, 87, when we started here in Lahti. Listeners were able to participate in the program. That was weird. That was never done before. Because those state radio monopoly stations were there up somewhere. You have to, hello, can I pass by? But now people could call us to the studio, come to show. And it was really, really great. I think, that made us closer. Like we made in our station several interactive programs. For example, in addition, my morning show, I did a late night show on Friday nights. It was called Night Owl. And I took about 9, I remember, I guess, 9, even 10, maybe even 15 calls in. And some of the calls came abroad. They could come from New York City or Tokyo, wherever, where the people are having a holiday or business trip or whatever. They just kept calling because they wanted the people in Lahti to be jealous that they are there taking sun. Oh, it's nice beach here. Nothing else to say, but it was great to have them anyway in the show. About the music. That time, 1987. Some of you know, I guess, that that was the time we played vinyl records. Tried to put it right place, and maybe it was the right song, maybe it was the right song was on the other side, and we have to turn it back and whatever. But like me, I always brought 2 bags of vinyls for my show, for my morning show, and maybe it was a little bit easier for me. Maybe even in radio there was a good storage of the records. But I was all as I told there, I was almost all my life in the music business, so I could get all the records from record companies which I wanted to have, even records they never released in Finland. They had demos anyway there, so I could have them. So that's why I brought my own records. Vinyls, of course. And when early 90s, when the CDs started to come and push the vinyls away, I thought this is gonna be the format till the end of my life, and maybe yours too. But what happened? Not even close. Who plays records now in a radio station? Limu, I guess, does. Limu does, which is good. I come back for that. Yeah, those early days, 80s, they were fantastic. Everything was new for the listeners. Everything was new for us too, and I never forgot those years. There are so many things what happened which I really can't tell you. I'm sorry. The crime is not too old yet, I guess. I don't know. And if you think radio shows, the morning show has always been the main thing. It's always been, I guess, main section throughout the entire history. About 15 years ago, maybe a little bit less, even we in Finland started to American type of the morning show where we had 2, maybe even 4 hosts in the show. And of course, the main thing was to entertain the listeners. But more talk means less music. I think nowadays, the guy called Yayo in Somi Pop never forgive me, but I think they don't play not even half of the music what they could play, because they keep talking and talking and talking and talking, and then they started to play. No, we talk some more, and then they try to play a record again. No, hey, let's talk about this. They play 4 or 5 songs an hour, I think. I never count, but I think. Yeah, morning show. Speaking, sir, increase creatively expensive music. By the number of listeners was settled based the morning show. So that's true. That's true. Then we can talk about how radios are going to change and cope with the increasing pressure from the other media. They've been fighting with television already years. Many, let's say, 40 years. 30 years at least, Local radio stations have even more pressure to compete with local newspapers. To trying to get, of course, because the money is the main thing in local radio business. They have to sell the commercials, but they have to fight with the local newspaper, and that's the main thing. But I think that the radios, I don't know, maybe people hate me in this town after this, but local radio stations gonna be the winner, I think. I think internet radios especially will increase significantly over the next decade, while analog FM format will decline. Internet radios have to, of course, battle with YouTube and Spotify and those apps. That's the other fight, another battle. But I'm sure that fight with the local newspaper and between the local newspaper and local radio station, the station will win it in 10 years, because who needs the print media after 10 years? I'm sorry if somebody says it. I do. Do you have a newspaper coming every morning to your house? That's what I thought. How about you, little red-haired girl? I thought so. Not me either. Even that I worked there. That company who owns the radio station now owns the printed media to the big local newspaper. I don't care. Yeah. About this net radio. I think, there will be so many little net radios, especially I believe that those music promotion costs will go down. Not pretty soon, but they will go down. Just like the music money traffic anyway has gone down now. Nobody's buying record. Everybody's buying one song, or 2 songs from the Spotify or iTunes or whatever. So that means more opportunities for the net radios. I'm sure little net radios. Like in this town, we could have 10 net radios. I don't know. It's possible. Like in America, there are so many net radios, so many. Yeah, the music formats are increasing at the same time. Online radio channel formats are more flexible. So the host, you're going to be, guys, happy because you get more power to decide what you're going to play in your show. As we did let's say 80s. I'm happy. We are going back to good old days, pretty soon. In net radios anyway. In the future, I believe the power of stories will grow also. The host must tell stories. It's better if he's got stories from his own life. As I told you a few stories when I started, you know. I couldn't tell them all, but next time you get the bad parts of it. But those radio personalities really who are able to tell interesting personal stories and the news can easily challenge YouTube stars, I'm sure. And it's even better if we have a camera in studio. So we are very close to YouTube guys, you know. Well, I hope so. It will have the same success in the future. Radio, I mean. Of course, it's up to you all. It's up to you. You, especially you. But I'm trusting in you. Thank you so much. You're hungry. Go to eat something now.
Yes, you did perfectly. We have time for one comment, and then there's a little speech from Rob coming up.
One question to the last part you spoke about. How do you think, how important is it to personalize radio? You talked about personal experience, personal stories that are true in the best way. But how do you think, because when you mentioned YouTube, this is a very personal space where people who entertain there, they get very personal to their fans. They talk about stories of their life. People who follow them every day, they know so much about them, like they were friends. How much do you think this is going to be important in the journalism way and in the radio?
I'm loud enough, I guess. It's going to be very important. That's one of the things YouTube guys are doing pretty well now, actually. Not the all, but I met a girl, you know, who's doing it every day. He's telling the people, I was having a pee, then I had the morning breakfast. Only that. And people love her. She's a good-looking girl too, but she's got 200,000 followers. But I know from the experience, I was doing a morning show with a friend of mine. Actually, the guy runs that station now here in Lahti. He's a CEO in it. But we were doing the morning show together, but we had a very long history together. He used to be my disc jockey in those discos I told you about. So we had many things happened that people didn't know, but we kept telling those things and fighting in the studio. Said, you're lying, what the fuck? But people loved it. People loved it. That's why I think the storyteller will be the big boss.
Okay, thank you. Yes, thank you, Joni. And since I'm a big fan of keeping up schedules, I'm going to keep this short. I was going to say some final words, but I'm going to leave that to Rob. I just want to say thank you all for being here this day. It's been a long day for you. You've traveled a long way to Finland. But since there has not been enough clapping, I want you all to give big hand to Juna over there, who's been solely responsible for making all these things happen. He's a magic man. He only has a remote control, and I think he's a robot or something. He's from the future. So thanks, Juna, for being here with us. But now we're going to continue discussions at the dinner at the Kerma VIP, which is quite close here. But I want to give Rob a few minutes. So, Rob.
Thank you very much. Rock on, brother. Okay, we want to finish. So 2 minutes, my friends. Rosella, please come here. Please. She does want. She likes to be behind the camera, but we just want to say this: we've had a wonderful day. Have we had a wonderful day?
Definitely yes.
And we were part of the winning team for the geocaching, weren't we?
Are we?
I don't know. We should win. We should be winning team. We just want to say this: is that we have been spending the last few weeks and months contacting stations, and we say to them very simple things, don't we?
Yes, definitely. What we want you to do is to register to World College Radio Day. It is an amazing experience, a worldwide marathon starting from America and goes all around the globe, in which every station could tell whatever they want, and you can hear and promote your own ideas and voice. So please take part to this very big family and enjoy us.
And go to WorldCollegeRadioDay.com. And I want to say there are people here like Victor as well, and Ari, who's our vice president. Ari, this man is a legend, my friends. He's doing this. He's doing World College Radio Day and LiMuRadio as well. He's a good man. So it's just to sort of nudge you and say, please join us and friend us on Facebook so we can add you to the Facebook group as well. But that's all we really wanted to say. Thank you. Thanks so much.
So now, thank you for today. You're free to leave. I hope I see all of you at 7 o'clock at the Kerma VIP. We should have some sort of fires there, which would lead you to there. I just have to tell you a couple of things about the place. It's an old yogurt factory, so don't be scared. You're not going to be robbed or anything. Perhaps robbed there. A little pun there, but it's perfectly safe. It's a bit different place, but we're gonna have a fun time. No special programs there, just food and drinks and people talking, hopefully. Thank you.